What up, Kent? Mr. Turkey Bacon. Yes, I'll be that. Okay, Kent, I'll be that. And that's okay. You're not hurt my feelings. None. What up with you, Kent? How you doing, man? Let me turn the auxiliary light on so I look a little brighter. TJ, what up? What up? How you doing this evening? TJ be here bright and early, and he sticks around the whole time. TJ, I appreciate you, my guy. For real. If I ever get to Louisiana, I will let you know for sure. For sure. I have an energy drink, and I have some clear. Woo! We gonna have a good time. We gonna have a good time. We gonna have a good time on this live stream. Jimmy, what up, Uncle Jimmy? How you doing this evening, sir? All right, let's see. Let's get the link out there. If you care to join me, Lycan 24/7. Appreciating the beard. Thank you very much. Definitely appreciate it. I have been. I have a combo that just works. So then I use the I have a hot brush that I use. Boom, boom, boom. And within a minute, my beard be nice and dry, nice and straight. And actually, I can get it straighter than this. If I use the hot beard brush, I have a blow dryer slash freaking mat, a blow dryer slash brush. Still missed it. Frick. I have a blow dryer slash brush, and then I have a heated brush. The heated brush is what I would use before, but I haven't done the combination of them both. I'm like, the blow dryer slash brush is enough heat for me in the morning, but I might have to God, this freaking net is like a welcome to summer. All right, so but I might have to try it in combination. All right, so the cup, the cup, the cup, the jar, the jar, the jar. So I am. Oh, where we got? So we had a cup and a half in there. We're gonna pour. There it is. Rated 8 ounces. Whew. Oh wait, that was a little less than 8 ounces. I gotta splash a little bit more in there because it was a cup and a half. Yeah, now we're good. We got a cup left, or 4 ounces left. Sorry. Let's take that off to the side, and we have this Ultra Vice Guava. All right, let's see who else is here. Try using chopsticks. Blind man, what up with you? Chopsticks for what, man? Oh, chopsticks to help straighten my beard out? No way. Ooh, woo. Oh, ooh, ooh. Oh, that's liquor. That's liquor. My goodness. That's liquor. My not in do not disturb mode. What is going on? My phone should be in do not disturb mode right now. It is in do not disturb mode. Yeah, I'm still getting messages. All right, let's see. The gnats. Oh, yeah, okay. Liking, yes, indeed. It is moonshine. No, he said blind man. TJ was saying use the chopsticks for the gnats. Yeah, I am not Mr. Miyagi. Daniel-san. No, I don't have. I need to. Yeah. I got the joke. I got the joke, TJ. I'm on. I haven't been drinking that much yet. You guys, Obviously, if you would like to join the live stream, all you have to do is hit the link, follow the prompts, do what you need to do, and you can join us on the live stream. So let me just make sure that it is running just fine. Monetization is on. Let's check the stream, make sure it's rolling. Play. Perfect. Hey, if you haven't already, please hit that thumbs up button for me. I'd greatly appreciate it. So let me switch account. Yeah, my other channel has 1,040 subscribers. Yeah, buddy. I am excited about that. Let's see what the exact number is. Yes, it's 1,040. And the video I put up today is doing well. Yes, I put up a shorts video today and it kind of took off this afternoon. So I'm happy. And when I say took off, it has 2.4 thousand views. But I will have a new video on that other channel on Friday. So in case you wanted to, wanted to know about it, let me know and I can post some details on the other channel. So how's everybody doing? I see Jimmy, Lycan, TJ, Dave, Kent is here. Who else is here? Who else do we have on the live stream? How's everybody doing? And again, you're always welcome to join us. Yeah, we'll do this. Why am I getting a notification? Like, what is going on? Oh, maybe the do not disturb just does the. I don't know. Anyway, I feel like my wife will be calling me soon. She is actually out of town. Lycan says, "What's your best store-bought AP rub? I need a hero dad rub." I won't say there are quite a few, but it kind of depends on what you're cooking. So, but to be completely honest, like if I'm doing I'm gonna say some basic steaks, salt, pepper, garlic that you can make at home yourself is fantastic. I am a fan of store-bought rubs, don't get me wrong, but keeping it simple when you're doing something that needs to be elevated is understated. So I'm gonna say that again. Keeping it simple while trying to elevate something is underrated. So a salt, a pepper, and a garlic, like a 2 part salt, 1 part pepper, half part garlic, and then granulated garlic. Don't let anyone tell you they use garlic powder. Granulated garlic, a coarse, um, a coarse kosher salt, or yeah, coarse kosher salt, a coarse black pepper, and some granulated garlic, and then maybe like a 1/4 part of granulated onion. Um, that is, I think you're good there. Mm. Grumpus, how you doing? He says, "Honey, I'm home." Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, you can do some stuff with some things that you buy off the shelf, but salt, pepper, and then if you were doing chicken, I would say use a similar combination. Like again, like 2 parts salt, 1 part pepper, half part garlic, maybe half 1/4 part onion, and then add some paprika in there, like some smoked paprika, or some cayenne. Mm. Yeah, buddy. Jimmy, the missus and I were talking about you earlier this week. I got to get with you, check on you, and send you something your way. But I won't say call and confirm, but just hit you up and see what it is you needed before I try to send something that you're like, I can't do anything with this for a little while. So wanted to, just let you know you were in our thoughts. Mm. Ooh, I drank some down. I need to add a little bit, little bit. We're going to dilute this a little more so I can let, I don't say last, but not black out on the live stream as fast. There's a lot of liquor in there. Ooh, buddy. No problem, Jimmy. Mm, mm. Jimmy, taste tester number 3 and I made some short ribs this afternoon. Well, this evening, and she used a skillet. Now, I could have told her to just use a bigger skillet. I don't know why I didn't, but she used one of the smaller skillets that you sent us, and as she was cooking it, and I said, "Oh," she kept saying, "I don't say something wrong," but she kept calling it a griddle, and I'm like, "It's a skillet." I said, "Actually, this one came from Jimmy, so thanks, Jimmy." And she kind of looked at me. I said, "Well, he sent it to us." I said, "We were talking about it, and he sent this one to us." So, but it is I'm trying to look to see if I can find. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. Did you guys want to see a sneak peek of the video? I can show you. I can show you. I can show you. What do you guys think? Sneak peek? You want to see a sneak peek? Love some cast iron. Oh, I know, buddy. I know. All right, so look, we're going to present. We're going to present a video file. Let's see, where art thou? File. This one. This one. This one. I think. Browser's having trouble sharing it. Darn it. Probably need a smaller file. Let's see here. Do 1.9. Oh, that might work. Oh my goodness, why is this so loud? Can you hear that? No, you probably can't. All right, so let's try this again. We're going to try a different tag. Oh, nope, the supported file. Nope, it doesn't like it. All right, I tried. Oh, you know what I can do? Let's do this. Let's present. We're going to present share screen. We can do that. Select the window. All right. So let me get the file open again because I closed it. And we're gonna get like halfway into the cook here. This one. Nope, not that one. This one. Yes. Pause. This up. This is, let's say, difficult, but goodness. All right. Yes. Screen. Now. Oh, buddy. Would you look at? Oh, all right. That kind of works. Okay. So now we can do this. Boom. All right. So can you guys see that? So can you hear the text? I mean, well, can you hear the video? Hopefully you can hear it, because if you can't hear it, then I mean, kind of say unfortunately it is what it is. But how do I? Let's see if I can. Hmm. All right. Well, there's a sneak peek. All right. Well, you guys get the picture. All right. So hopefully you guys get the picture. It because the video files are as big as they are, it won't you can't see it. But anyway, so how's everything going? How are things? Is there no one brave enough to join me on the live stream tonight? Last week we had a fantastic stream. We had a bunch of new folks who have never joined us before join us, and we had a yeah. Oh yeah, buddy. Nope, no sound. Yes, Jimmy, I know. And yeah, next week's video. Next week's video. This week's video is totally like just me bragging, proud, humble, proud dad, or a proud, humble brag. Proud dad moment. Taste lesson number 2. He had a baseball game, and I cooked for his team. Terry, what up? He said 4.5 hours on the road today. Wow, dude, I have been contemplating like I really like driving, and I'm like, how far could I drive? Like, I won't say consistently, but like if I were to change careers and just like start driving a truck or something like that, I know DOT regulations are like 12 hours, but like if I was doing something else, like just like a type of brokerage pickup, drive, deliver type thing, because I'm like, yo, I could drive from A to B and then try to find any barbecue places in between and stop and go in and try and test barbecue. And I don't know, I feel like it's a pipe dream. But anyway, Terry, how you doing, man? Hopefully everything is going well for you. This right here, this my truck broke down on a Sunday, and we had to go clear into Kansas to get it today. Oh, so I guess you were driving, it broke down, and then you had to. How did you get from where it broke down back home, and then you had to go? Well, shoot, that sounds like me with when Vanna broke down in Cape Cod, because that was far, far away, far, far away. Hey, oh my goodness, how you doing? I was wondering. Talked about it. I said, "Ooh," I said, let me see here. So I said, I said my wife should be calling me. So, but you can call me. Mm, nope, that's fine. Hold on, let me talk to my wife. I'm gonna call my wife. Call my wife. Hold on, y'all gonna have to hold on for a second. Hey, baby. Let me put you on. I mean, on the John. I called you. Did you call me? I did. I just called you, and then I texted you and said, "Oops, forgot it was Wednesday." Yeah. So the phone is on do not disturb. So that's why I didn't see it. And then when I picked up my phone, I saw what you said. So I said, "Oh, okay." So, but hey, baby, how you doing? Fine. How you? I'm good. I'm good. So, do you want to join the discussion? There's nobody talking right now. Jimmy says hello. I said hello back to coffee stuff. Yep, that's Jimmy. Okay. Chad Cooley says I'm just here because I saw barbecue and it made me hungry. Well, I know, right? Dang, I appreciate that. So, I mean, just the word of the mention barbecue makes you hungry, man. We need to get you a little more. Yeah. Because not that barbecue shouldn't make you hungry. It's just that a lot of times on my live streams, at least, I feel like I'm like chasing a squirrel, like that dog from Up, where you mentioned something.
Cambodia.
Oh yeah, look at that. I'm in Cambodia right now. Can't get American barbecue. Well, but you know what? I'm sure in Cambodia the barbecue that you guys have is probably pretty impressive. Though American barbecue would probably be a bit of a novelty there. But you guys can throw down when it comes to barbecue as well. So yeah. Smoking Rat says rat in the chat. I like it. He says, "Hey all." Look, it was funny. I was talking to my mom the other day about the word or the usage of y'all, and that was one of the things that I have grown accustomed to using since I've lived in Maryland is y'all. So
So
yeah,
your image is frozen.
the image is frozen. Maybe it's just on your
Oh,
phone.
never mind me. I had to hit play.
Maybe it's just your phone. Oh man, this is hilarious. Um, Cambodia barbecue rocks. Lycan says, yeah, we like lichens. Is that? I'm trying to see. Yeah, that kind of looks like. No, that's Mumra right there. Jeez. Thunder, 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 cats. That is Mumra for sure. Please comment, like in to see if that is Mumra or not. Like it says, who's your barbecue icon? Like, I have a few folks that I look up to. I like Big Mo K-san. He's trying to think who else. He's the first name that comes to mind. Aaron Franklin, just because I've been following his barbecue journey for quite a long time. Rodney Scott is another one. There's I'm trying to think what the guy's name. I think it's I think it's barbecue. His name is Eric something. From Rollin' Smoke, I believe it's Rollin' Smoke Barbecue. But there's plenty, like a lot of folks that I'm like, oh man, I could sit and drink a beer with them while cooking. That's kind of how like I feel like I could sit and talk and chop it up, drink a beer, have a good time, and talk barbecue. So let's see, Steven Rachlin. I think I knew who that is. He's written a couple books. I have at least one or two of his books. Like it says, funny because my wife just called me too. Is my wife still there? Oh, yeah,
I'm
you're
still here.
Oh, what'd you do for dinner?
I had seafood.
Ooh, I see what you did there. Sean said, "What up? What up? What up, Sean? How you doing, man?" Sean has been getting a sneak peek from the other channel. Hey, I am excited.
Everybody can hear me when I talk to you?
Can you guys hear her when she's talking to me? Have I ever met?
I hear me.
Oh well, then you probably can. They probably can hear you too.
Like a horse.
Smoking Rat says yes. Have I ever met Rodney? No. He's talking about Rodney Scott, the most famous. I won't say pitmaster because you know how I feel about that term.
Well, watch my word.
Yes, please and thank you. You are live. Grumpus says every word. She's not talking very much. I'm trying to multitask because my wife is away, so I want to talk to her, but I have to talk to you guys because I built up this thing where I talk to you guys every single week, every Wednesday at 9 p.m. until about 11 or so, depending on how long we go for. But you know what you should do? You should follow the link and join us on the live stream. Just like join on a live stream.
To whom are you talking?
You know who I'm talking. So when you join the live stream, all you have to do is click the link from the chat, and it'll open up a whole new window. And then I will alter your name most likely, and then you can at least you can just sit there. You don't even have to say anything. We'll see if something comes up or whatever. You can probably even turn the phone over if you have to or want to. Uh, yeah, like it says, wow, you know Mumra? Hell yeah, man. Dude, I am a product of the 80s, dog. Like, for real. Thundercats, definitely my jam. Like, as a kid, for real. No, for hell yeah. Thunder, 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 Thundercats. And then, dude, I had to look at it real hard. I was like, yo, I see the insignia on the chest. I'm like, that's not Lino. That's not Panthro. And I'm trying to think what the other old dude's name was. I can't remember. Um, but I'm like, ooh, that's Mumra right there. Hell yeah. Yep. So Lycan says, yeah, Big Mo was awesome. I agree. Oh, Smoking Rat says Voltron was the shiz. Totally agree. Oh, she might actually be doing it. She dropped off the call. Yes, Voltron, definitely. But like cartoons, like 80s cartoons, Voltron, Thundercats, ooh, Smurfs. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I watched the hell out of Smurfs. Yeah, I said Thundercats. See, Sean's I think Sean's a little older than I'm 45, or I will be 45 in October. So I think Sean might be I'll say a year or two older than me. Uh Hell yeah, man. Thundercats. Thunder, 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 Thundercats. And then oh damn. Smoking Rat says, yep, dating ourselves. Sure enough. Space Ghost. I wasn't really into Space Ghost. Um, wasn't into Space Ghost. Oh, Speed Racer. Oh, definitely watch Speed Racer. Go Speed Racer. Go Speed Racer. Sean said he'll be 44 next month. Damn it, man. I thought you were older than I was. But that's right. Every time we talk about kids, he's like, I started young. So I got him by a year. But I'll say it doesn't matter. Like it says, yes, I can hear it. Yeah. So liking you might be a little behind. Hit the live button if you are not. Grumpus is 45. Damn. Yes. Yes, Grumpus. Uh-oh. Hold up. Wait a minute. No. Jimmy says, I don't want to talk about it. All right, look at that. Oh, hey girl, how you doing?
Hey, say no.
Y'all in pajamas, or you still in your day clothes?
No, I'm in my night clothes. I'm in pajamas.
All right, perfect. So, look at look at this, look at the day, look. All right, welcome. We're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to do this more often. Look,
Mm.
Easy Bake says, "Evening, Dash." Look, see, you could be upstairs in the bed, waiting for me to come to bed, and you could be like,
Even up
with
this
your
late.
judgment face.
I'm
You
not
said
even
what
up
now?
this late. I'm not even up this late.
You're right. You're usually not up this late. Look, as she drinks coffee. Um. Oh man, Dash definitely batting out of his league. Agreed. Agreed. You
Thank
know.
you. Thank you.
Agreed. Agreed. Oh, look. The kid from the lanes. He says, "Hey,
I'm not
Mrs.
glasses and I
Dash."
can't see these little words.
Oh my gosh, that's Taj. He says
Oh.
hi. Look, so if Taj is here, you know who else is here?
What up, Toya?
She's usually they usually come as a pair. Though Toya be like, "I'm gonna sit in the corner. I ain't gonna say nothing." Mm-mm. You know how
That's
she
why we're
be.
kindred spirits. That's why me and Toya get along.
Oh boy,
Y'all be
boy, boy.
extroverted with all that.
Boy, boy, boy. Yeah. Sure. We can be extroverted. Yeah, we appreciate that. Thanks. So, how's your day?
It's good. I finished what I came here to do,
All right.
and went out to eat after that. And then I had 2 little mini cupcakes. They were so tiny and delicious. I had one carrot cake one and one, I don't know what the other flavor was. Oh, it was like coconut. Yummy.
Yeah. Easy Bake said, "Did Mrs. Dash lose a bet?" No, she is out of town. So I sent her the link, and I sent the link to the chat, and I said, "You can join us. You don't have to say much, but you could join us." So she hook, line, and sinker. Okay, she took the bait,
I
and
did.
she's here with us. So this is a segue into her joining us more often.
I'm not good at this because I don't have filters, and I don't. If I can't just speak what I can't. Yeah, it's just not gonna work for me. But I'll try to be quiet.
You don't have to be quiet. You can say
Mm,
what you feel
mm.
most of the time.
See,
Steven, what up, man? I'm sorry. I was, kind of enamored with my co-star here. And I didn't say hi to Steven. So Steven, what up? I was talking about it last week when I was on a live stream. No, 2 weeks ago when I was on a live stream. I was in the Caribbean, and I was probably the closest I've been to Steven in quite a long time. When I walked around the cruise ship. So we had a good time. Did you enjoy your cruise?
I love my cruise. I'm already looking to book the next cruise.
Mm-hmm.
Cruise and the next cruise. So, yes, it's always my favorite.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Grubba says, "Mrs. Dash, don't worry about Dash. He's with us." Taj says, "Sister Toya not here, but I'll tell her you said what's up."
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, look. Hold on, time out. She says she's not here, and then she says, "Hey, yo, it's Mrs. Dash." So she is here. See, this is what I'm talking about. She be in here. She be like, look, this where she be, right here in the corner, listening. Oh, look, Taj is funny. He said, "Bro, Mrs. Dash will unapologetically hurt someone's feelings. And you know whose feelings it's gonna be? Mine. 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 She gonna say something. I'll be like,
That's not true. I just state things plainly.
yeah. Where can I sit out here? What is available?" Go ahead,
There's
answer
no
the
one
question.
sitting there. It's available. Sorry, that's an
Well,
inside joke.
That is an inside joke. That is an inside joke. But it's one of those inside jokes that I'm gonna let you guys in on. So while we were on our cruise, all right, we love sitting on the bow of the ship. On the bow of the ship, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna take it back one layer more. So we just got off of a Virgin Voyages cruise. We were on the ship known as the Scarlet Lady, and we have found from our, I won't say numerous, but our few cruises that we've done with Virgin Voyages, that we love hanging out on the bow of the ship. The bow, if you are not aware, is the back of the boat. Okay, and I say boat, but it's a ship because it's huge. So on the back of the ship, we hang out on the bow, and there is on level what you're what.
I think we are on. What's aft?
Oh, it is out F. You're
Yeah,
absolutely right. I'm sorry.
because remember aft and aft.
Yeah.
Correct, correct.
Forward and aft. I'm sorry. So on the aft of the ship, okay, there is On level 7, there is a place where you can lay out and be on the back of the ship, the ship's aft. And we love being out there. We'll go out there, stake our claim, stay out there for hours on end, and bask in the sun, get drinks, get food, like just be. And there was a woman that came out there, and she was asking one of the servers, and she's like, she's kind of looking around. She's, and we're just kind of chilling, watching everything going on. And the lady, stops the server, and she says, ma'am, where where can I go and sit down? And the server said,
If no one is sitting there, then you can sit there.
she said, if there's no one there, it's available. And then turned on her heels and was gone. And Mrs. Dash and I were like, like plainly, it's like clearly, clear as day. If there's no one there, then it's available. And she just turned. So that was the joke. We normally find something to laugh at the entirety of the cruise. Something happens. We see something happens, and it's just like, oh wow. And that was it. That was the one where we were still talking about it for days after.
As you see, we are very easily pleased. We're like,
Entertained, yeah.
easily
Um,
entertained.
Very easily. So Easy Big says, welcome, Mrs. Dash. You are a definite improvement to the stream.
Yeah.
You ain't shit.
Who
Easy
ain't
Big.
shit? You ain't shit?
Easy Big
Oh.
ain't shit. Yeah, look, Steven is laughing at Jason. Yeah, that's fine. Look, Taj knows. He said level 7, all the way to the back of the ship. He knows. Look, we put them on to the dock in the dock bar aft. Let's see what it says. Mrs. Dash, do tell, what's your least favorite barbecue that Dash makes?
My least favorite barbecue that he makes isn't something that he sells typically, but he has tried several times to make meatloaf on a smoker, and I can't stand it. It's just not right. Yeah, it's not what I want in my life.
Okay, so let me preface this, but let me backtrack and tell you what it is. Mrs. Dash is very traditional when it comes to meatloaf. Don't add extra stuff. Don't add like I'm like, oh, I'm gonna put some peppers and some onions. I'm gonna dress it up. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. She's like, no, I want 2 eggs. I want breadcrumbs. I want it cooked in the oven, and it has to have ketchup on top.
That is not true.
You
The
lie.
thing is, because it's a ground meat, he ends up over seasoning it. Then you put it on a smoker, and then there's extra flavor that I don't want because it's not in the oven.
Wait.
Between
So
that and when
the
you try to
flavor.
smoke my
So
macaroni and
there's
cheese, don't be smoking my macaroni and cheese. I don't want any smoke in my macaroni and cheese.
She is a traditionalist when it comes to meatloaf and macaroni and cheese. Okay, so let me ask you this. Is the smoked macaroni and cheese bad? Does it taste bad?
It doesn't taste
No,
the
no,
way
no,
I
no.
wanted it to.
No. Does it taste bad? Answer my question.
I'm not going back for seconds.
It doesn't taste bad. It's just not what she wants. And that is what, but that you can't knock me for giving you something that's different than what you want. You have to accept it for what it is.
Not true. I don't have to.
I
I
would
am
hope.
of an age. I don't have to accept anything. I get what I want. I don't have to accept.
Yeah. Look, Jason says fantail is the back of the ship, bow is the front of the ship.
I don't know that word.
Yeah, I don't know either. I say aft. Yeah, Taj says it's the dock house on aft 7. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Look. Yeah, listen. You start talking about the dock house, you done narrowed yourself down. We in a selective special club for sure. Look, see, unapologetic. Look, Grandma says, "Who knew we'd find some class on a Wednesday?" Hmm. James, what up? He says, "Sup, bro? What's going on?" Hey, look, he's got a picture. Oh, that's one of them. What's the name of that rotisserie? Oh, what's the name of that rotisserie smoker? You're gonna have to fill me in because I can see it in the picture. Ooh, look at this. Susie says, "Mrs. Dash, so beautiful."
Thank you. Thank
Susie,
you.
Susie, chill, okay? Because her head is going to swell. Just it will.
It can't get any bigger. I got a big old head. It's all right. Oh, oh.
Oh man, no. Yeah, I know. So it seems like Lycan is a little behind. He said, "No, the back is the stern, the front is the bow." Listen, my bad, okay? My bad. Damn. All you
See?
sailors coming in the chat, you know what I mean? Where
You
were
should have just
y'all?
stuck to the back of the ship.
Back of the
We
ship.
hang
I
out
should
in the
have.
back of the ship.
We hang out in the back of the ship, okay? Yeah, we hang out on the back of the ship, deck 7. Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah. Look, says Jason says, "Wrap that meatloaf in bacon weave. She'll love it."
See?
Jason, in case you don't know, I don't eat pork. I think when you wrap smoked meats or wrap anything in bacon, that's cheating. I don't do it. Though I might do it for her, make a bacon weave, but if I make a bacon weave, it's gonna be beef bacon or turkey bacon. Where's Kent? Because Kent was giving me grief because he called me Mr. Turkey Bacon. What's your face look like that for?
Because none of that sound good. That whole okay, I might be able okay, I would try the bacon weave if it was pork. I
Well, she's still talking. She can't. Oh, we can't hear her. And why can't we hear her? Hmm. Okay. I treat you just like I treat everybody else. Oh, look, there she is again. Ooh,
Mhm.
look at that. Oh, wow. Look, see?
You were born a hater.
I was not born a hater. Oh, look. He says the rat stirs the pot, then runs. Lycan says, "Yes, both of you guys are beautiful. We're gonna have to pin this comment. That one can stay there for a little while." Yeah. Look, Easy Bake said, "I guess fantail is a Navy term." Yep. Never heard that one before. Mm, look. Steven says, "Grumpus, well, we know who's gonna win this debate." Yeah, yeah.
I'm not
Pro
budging.
No, James says propane tank smokers. No, not that one. The one with the rotisserie. I see the chain in the rotisserie there. That one. There's why can't I think of the name of the cookers? I was just thinking about this the other day about how um being in barbecue and seeing people cook with different type of cookers around the country, even though I don't necessarily have access to all of the cookers, people mention a specific type of cooker, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I've heard of that company," or "Oh yeah, I've looked into that company." Someone said something to me not too long ago about a company called Primitive Pits, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I know Primitive Pits. I even know someone that's using one of those Primitive Pits, like locally to me." The barbecue that we had in at that 250 barbecue where we met Quentin, they
Mhm.
were using the cookers from Primitive Pits. Now it's not a cooker that I would say will be common, but I definitely know of that company. Look, TJ's just laughing. Thanks, TJ. Appreciate you, TJ. TJ's in Louisiana, so when next time we go to Louisiana, see, look at her, shaking her head,
Mhm.
because we are good for being like, who do I? And it's funny because she's like, who do you know here? He knows someone everywhere we go. Go ahead.
I didn't say anything. You got it.
Mm.
You got it.
Let's see. Sister Toya says, "Come on, everyone! Encourage Mrs. Dash to join the live more
Toya
often
ain't talking.
by liking the stream." So Toya, look, what she's about to say is, the more I'm here, the more you need to be here, because I know Taj will be down, because one of the times I was like, Taj, yo, join the stream. He was like, yo, I'm in my robe right now. Okay, so bruh, what we need to do is we need to get you on the live stream before you get into your robe. And Toya, I'm just saying. All right, so let's see. Taj says, what's your favorite thing he barbecue, Mrs. Dash?
My favorite thing he barbecue is probably the porchetta.
Porchetta. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Porchetta is one of my favorite because I like everything he cooks. Lamb, brisket. I got sick of brisket because we were the test subject for too long. Salmon, I like all those things. But porchetta is just a little bit more special to me because I know he's making it just for me, right? Like, because he
For
can't eat
them.
it.
I
So
don't
it's
eat it. Not
really,
that I
it's
can't.
not
I
even for
don't eat it.
them. It's really for me because
What about the
I'm more
bacon and
important.
the pork belly?
Huh?
The bacon and the pork belly.
Your bacon is very good. Yes. I don't know what you're talking about. Pork belly. The porchetta is pork belly.
Yeah, but like I've made like pork belly burnt ends, but I
No,
guess
thank you.
no,
No, thank you.
not a fan.
I like the regular porchetta. I don't like that burnt end stuff. But
Mm.
yeah.
Hmm. Let's see. My father-in-law made it 250 and 500. I guess a propane smoker. Look, Toya says I'm here almost every week. Have you joined the stream? Like, have you? You see what she's doing right now? How she's on camera joining us?
I lost you.
Uh,
I
uh,
found.
is that your? Are you on your phone or your tablet or your computer?
I didn't bring my tablet. I only have my phone, and I have the phone balanced on a pillow while I sit in this hotel bed.
Huh.
Now my head looks too big. Wait a second. Big.
TJ says I'm from and work in New Orleans. Trust me, TJ. We have. First of all, not to out you, I'm gonna need your help. Like I would need your help. Um, Second of all, we have been talking about coming to New Orleans, like going to New Orleans. Um, my free charging is up at the end of June. we got to figure out a way to get down to New Orleans, to drive to New Orleans by the end of June. But yeah, look, Sister Toya says just slightly, LOL. Yeah. Oh boy, let's see. Grumpus says, Mrs. Dash, any suggestions how hubby can improve his barbecue strings he serves you? The barbecue
That
strings
time
he
when you did
serves you.
the when you did the porchetta and you tried to give us streams.
God damn it, Grumpus. Grumpus,
Way to
dog.
run it back.
Yo, Grumpus. Damn, dog. Damn, Grumpus. Ah. Tu brute. Okay. Tu Grumpus. Yo. I have apologized numerous times, and every single time one of you mofos brings it up. Every time. Usually it's Victor. Victor does not let it go. You know what? I'm just gonna.
What you drinking on?
Some Monster Energy drink and a little bit of the jar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah.
Which version of the jar is that?
That is corn. Just
Okay.
regular old straight corn liquor. Mrs. Dash, if you had gotten the house you looked at near me, you and Linda would have had to pool bail money.
I still talk about down there. Like, oh, we
Yes,
should have moved.
yes, she does. Like, oh my gosh, Jimmy. Jimmy, let me just say, even though we didn't get that house, we could still be coming in that direction because she has not she has not wavered, she has not given up. She still talks about it like, ooh, we could be right near Jimmy.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
Yep, we do.
ooh. Remember when we were in South Carolina? Ooh. I just sigh at times because yeah. Mm. Look, it says, hold on. Put it on the grill as the meat turns. Doom, 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 doom. No, that's probably Young and the Restless. I was never into soap operas. Toya gave you the dirty side eye. I, you know,
Yeah.
I've known Toya long enough. All right, look, you got to figure out which way
But
to
I had to
point.
figure out which way orientation
You're still not pointing the right way. Nope,
was.
no, you're not.
That's where you are. For me, you over there.
Oh, oh, look. Well, the where I'm looking, you are. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's something different. So Toya, so Taj says Toya gave you the dirty side eye. So I've known Toya long enough that I will take her side eye and I will. You know how Wonder Woman has those what are those things called? Oh God, the not barnacle. What is that thing called? The thing where she reflects like people who like throw lasers at her. What is that thing called? You know what it
We
is?
just want to call it bracelets.
It's not a bracelet. It's going to irk me that I don't
It's
remember
not
the
a
name of.
tumor. It's
It's
not.
not a tumor. All right. Susie says, Mrs. Dash, you better hope Quentin Nelson doesn't come along. He might be taking another drink of the song. It's Malort, Susie.
Yeah,
Malort. Yo, she's had it. She's had it. And actually, she had it on the live stream one night, and she was
I
like, "Oh
did.
no, never again." Oh,
I don't know why they make
uh,
stuff like that. No one really likes it. So why do you make it?
Susie says, Mrs. Dash, do you like Dash's turkey bacon? I think she
Hmm.
eats it. I think she eats it. But if she had the choice, she would definitely eat regular bacon versus turkey bacon.
Yeah, in my hierarchy of bacons, pork bacon is king, right? Pork bacon is my
It's
thing.
number one. It's number one.
All day, all day.
Uh-huh.
So
So Ice says, greetings, big fella. Good to see you again. May God continue to bless you and your whole family. Peace and blessings. So thank you, Ice.
thank
I,
you.
I definitely appreciate you. When you come in, he comes in and he be like, "Oh, big fella, let's just I
We
won't say
like the
how can I put it?
positivity.
Yes, indeed, definitely, definitely. I appreciate the peace and the blessings that you bestow upon us and my family, week in and week out, for sure. Uh, So this is, by the way, hi Steven. Like it says Dash, I know you have a lot of smokers. Do you have a Weber Smoky Mountain? Yes, I do. I do have a Weber Smoky Mountain. It is sitting on a shelf in my garage because it is not complete, if that makes I'm gonna say sense. But so this is one of those weird things. I know a lot of people, right? So I had a friend of mine who I knew from when I used to ride motorcycles. He said, "Hey, I have this Weber Smoky Mountain. You can have it if you come and do a Yelp review for me of my smoke shop in DC." And I was like, "Uh, what?" He said, "I see you're kind of a big deal on Yelp." This is when I was doing a lot of Yelp reviews. He said, so if you come to my smoke shop in DC, when you leave DC, stop at my house. I'll give you the Weber Smoky Mountain. I was like, say less. So I went in and I kind of just went in as a customer and I said, hey, I don't know about much about this and that. And I did an honest review of the people who were there and they talked to me and they spoke to me and they educated me. And he was like, all right, write what you need to write. And when you leave, stop at my house. I'll give you this Weber Smoky Mountain. I'm missing this, and this. I was like, all right. So it's sitting up on my shelf in the garage. What do you got to say? You
No, did he tell you it was missing pieces before this Yelp review?
Yeah, he
Oh,
did.
okay. You made it sound
Yeah.
like it was the afterwards, like you were bamboozled. That's
No,
the way
no,
you
no.
gave the
I
story.
just no, not bamboozled. I just wish it was easier to get the components that I needed. That's where I was bamboozled. I thought that it was going to be easier to get the components that I was missing, and it's still sitting exactly where I put it. Probably, shit, 5, 7 years ago. So,
So,
uh,
so husband,
yeah.
tell me, who's your
Uh
favorite wife?
oh. So it's funny, right? I have a favorite oldest son, I have a favorite youngest son, and I have a favorite daughter. And I tell my favorite daughter that she's my favorite daughter all the time. And I'll be like, we're driving to school, and if you don't know, this guy is like dad taxi. Okay, I take my daughter to school every day. I pick her up from school every day, and every now and again, she talks to me on the way to school and from school. Majority of the time, this is what I get on my ride to school. Hey, how you doing? Hmm. How was school today? Hmm.
She is a teenage girl.
So I'd be like, to break the silence, I say to her, and I say, "Hey, uh-oh, drop something." I'd be like, "Hey, you're my favorite daughter, right?" And she's like, "I'm your only daughter." That doesn't take away from the fact that you're my favorite, right? So yes, you are my favorite wife.
Thank you.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine.
Mm.
Oh my gosh. Oh, look, Susie says, I saw Mrs. Dash take the shot that night. That kind of what I meant to say. He'll have you taking it again tonight. No, she's not
You
home.
far away.
Luckily.
Yeah.
Luckily. Berto Amigo. ¿Qué te pasa, Berto Amigo? My lord, this is stuff, and it's an herb. No, it's not an herb. It is made from wormwood. Ooh. Greetings to y'all too, though. Yeah. Look, Grumpus says there's only one bacon. Everything else is something flat. Lycan says do a series on the Weber Smoky Mountain for us little guys.
You gotta put it
Lycan,
together first.
exactly. I'm like
It's
Lycan.
been 7 years. What's
Yo,
the story?
yep. Did you not hear the fact that
Story.
it's not complete? That's why I haven't cooked on it, because
Mm.
the components to make it 100% again, I'm pretty sure I need the drip pan and maybe a grill grate. But the drip pan is like one of those things where it's like I could almost buy a whole new grill or smoker, and as opposed to investing in the cost of the drip pan, because it's a Weber. Weber be like, hey, we're going to tax you because our name is Weber. Our components say Weber. Nah. Mm-mm. TJ says, where did you get your big table grill that you used last week at the ball game? So it's from a company called Meadow Creek Smokers. And it's one of those things, TJ, you know what? If you say, hey, I want to buy a 5 foot grill table, I'd be willing to go and pick it up for you and bring it to you just for the adventure of going to, well, you buy it, I pick it up, and then come down there and bring it to you, because I think that would be a hell of a time to just, it's one of those things where I'm all about those type of adventures. Look,
I'm sorry, sir. Are you saying delivery is billable? Is that a part of this pitch you're making, sir?
well, I mean, TJ would have to pay me something for coming to Louisiana. And yes, it is implied, but the story would be, it would be fun. The adventure would be fun.
Hmm.
She reins me in from time to time. Look, Ice Ham says, by the way, I've stolen all your smoker tips, so thanks again. God bless. Well, when you tell me you stolen from me, it doesn't have the same, like, it feels good, but it doesn't at the same time because it's like, damn.
You got to take it. You had something valuable enough to steal. So just take it as you are of
Okay.
value.
All right. Okay. Easy Bake says, water pans for a 22-inch Weber Smoky Mountain are pricey. I know. It's one of those things where I didn't know at the time. I found out afterward, and I was like, yeah, it's gonna sit up on the shelf. Blind Man says, where's Quentin lately? I don't know. It seems like he was asleep because last night it was funny. Marlon posted. Marlon was texting Quentin and I. Is it Quentin and I or Quentin and me or me and Quentin? Which one is it? I always feel like I say it wrong. Yeah, she answers in Spanish. Anyway, so Quentin, Marlon texted. I have a group chat with Quentin, Marlon, and myself. Marlon texted us last night. Quentin didn't reply. Marlon was like, "Where's Quentin?" I said, "He probably asleep." Quentin replied to the text message from 10:30 last night at 7 o'clock this morning, talking about I like my sleep. Yeah, 7:04. Some of us actually enjoy sleeping. I enjoy sleeping too. It's just that I don't say need as much sleep as everyone. I don't say everyone, but as most people. But with that being said, he probably sleep again right now. Let's see. Let's try tip because I have him in my phone as Quentin Mr. Tri-Tip. Are you sleeping now again? Folks are asking about you on the stream. Angela sent me a text message about, or actually it was a message on Instagram about some salmon or cooking some salmon. She said, "What are y'all doing on Memorial Day?" I said, "We should be home." She said, "Are we going to be home?" So just a heads up. Okay, she is tapping out there. I'm gonna let her. Yeah, like it.
Are we hosting something for? Is that what you're trying to tell me? We're hosting something Memorial Day because we're not. I mean, when is Memorial?
It should be around. Let's see. Memorial Day this year should be actually May 25th, probably.
Mm.
If I had, oh no, May 26th because it's a Monday. Not hosting something. It's just Angela wanted to come up to the house so we can make salmon. She wanted some salmon specifically.
Beans.
Look, Lycan says, speaking of bacon, the Good Shell's chicken bacon is the joint. No, I draw the line.
I can't see
No.
my facial. I saw it.
chicken dark meat. No, I'm sorry. Look, Taj says, real talk, turkey bacon is glorified lunch meat. I mean, yeah. Jimmy said, put it up again. Put up the link again. Oh boy, hold up. Most Weber Smoky Mountain gurus don't use the drip pan anyways. Oh no. Look at this. Alden's is player. He says, hey, Mrs. Dash. What up, Alden? Oh, look, Quentin. Hold up. Time out. He must have, I won't say reply, but saw my text message because he didn't say anything earlier. He said, dude, I'm right here. Use a lie. Use the lie.
He's
Oh
right here
look,
now.
I know, right? He's right here now. Jimmy.
Hey, yeah, he's alive, he's alive.
Yeah. I was telling Jimmy, I said, Jimmy, I gotta talk to you tomorrow. I said, we were talking about you earlier this week. I said, you know what, I gotta hit you up. So
Well, there was no way I was gonna let Miss Dash come on and at least say hello. You're looking so good. I'm
Thank
telling you.
you.
I have noticed in the
hello,
videos.
look at you.
Hey, I'm just kicking. That's all I can do.
I hear you. I
That's
hear
all I
you.
can do. Just keep kicking.
Mm-hmm.
But uh, anyway, hey, I want to say
Hi.
hello. Listen, it's okay. I know most of the jailers around here. So if y'all decide to come down this way, if y'all decide to come down this way,
Yo,
it won't be that bad. It won't be.
Jimmy, we can't speak that into existence, Jimmy.
Well, look,
I
now
am down for the
I've,
shenanigans. Come
I've
on.
got.
Oh, buddy, I need to bookmark this right now because she said she was down for the shenanigans.
I heard
Jimmy,
that. I
she's
heard that.
not ready. Jimmy, she's not ready.
It would be awful.
Bruh. Bro.
It would be
Bro.
awful.
We're gonna have to have a dedicated Lyft / Uber between our houses because if I'm not getting drunk at Jimmy's house, he gonna get drunk at my house.
Y'all just have a spare
Yeah.
room.
Yeah.
Sleep it off.
Well,
right.
and see the property that you looked at, the house that you looked at when you were here, the farm is halfway between my house and that house. That would have been trouble because we would have been.
Jimmy would have been like, it would have been the text message, meet me at the farm.
Yep,
Say less.
that's it.
On
That's it.
my way.
I just give you the gate code. Just come in on you. And worst part of that, there's a nice clean creek that runs through the middle of it.
Bro. What?
Yep.
Say less.
Yeah.
Say less.
Yes. So
Listen, look.
oh, I know. Trust me, I know. Yep.
Mrs. Dash, thank you for your restraint right there, because she's just like,
Yeah. Oh, I know. Look, I know that look. Trust me.
I know that look too.
The 1st of June, Linda and I will have made it 40 years.
Congratulations.
40 years. And that's not just, I guess, above average for marriages to last.
Mm-hmm.
But a cop marriage, that's off the book. They don't if you make 10, you do good in this business.
Jimmy,
But
you know what's funny, right? So you say you've been married 40 plus years. I have a friend who got married probably, I don't know, when did Monique get married? Like 5-7 years ago. We were the second longest couple at the wedding who had been married. And we got sat down after 15 years. And her parents were the only couple that outlasted us.
yeah.
So, I mean, it is definitely an accomplishment. And it was like, whoa, we got second. We were married the second longest time, and it was 15 plus years or 15 years. And then it was like, 20 years, and we had to sit down because we were just at 15.
We were just blessed to find women that would put up with us, I guess.
I thank her all the time for putting up with my shit because I know I got a lot of it.
It just,
Oh man,
it is what it is. And
all right. So Blind Man says, can you weld a drip pan to fit? Yes and no. Like, I don't have the tooling necessarily to weld like a circular drip pan. It would be something that I would have to try to find and buy. But the Weber Smoky Mountain drip pan is like perfect. It is probably 20 inches in diameter, and it just allows just enough heat and smoke to come up and around it to make it worth its weight. Like, seriously. Steven, what does Steven say? He says, "Hey, yo, Alton, sup, my brother?" Yes. All right. So let me look. Alton, or excuse me, Quentin says, "Hey, yo, Mrs. Dash." Yeah.
So Quentin,
Yeah. Quentin. Yeah. Quentin is who we went to 250 barbecue with.
I remember
All right. Just
with
making sure. You know.
Tesla or something. For some reason, I remember Tesla and him.
Yep.
He was big into Teslas. Yes, and that was at the time when I had that Tesla.
Yeah.
And he was like, "It's better than you think." And I'm like, "No, it's not. No, it's not. It sucks." Let's see. So Easy Bake says I'm in the same boat from my Facebook Marketplace. $100 for a 22-inch Weber Smoky Mountain. Nelson, hello. How you doing this evening?
All right.
What's
So
up?
turn your phone sideways so we can. Alton says, "Hey, yo." There we go. Now we can see your full face there. Look, Quentin says, "That's a great name for me in your phone." Yes, indeed. Let's see. Alton says, "That's true story. I passed Crimson Creek this past weekend on Sunday, but it looked to be closed. What time did you get there on Sunday? Because they kind of get in and out on Sunday." Quentin says, 40 years, Jimmy. Wow, congrats. Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Nothing to it.
Nothing to it, sure. All right, so Nelson, how you doing, man? Where you checking in from?
Arkansas,
Where in Arkansas?
Searcy.
Searcy, where's that?
About 30, 40 minutes from Little Rock.
So I have family in Stuttgart. Well, Stuttgart. They say Stuttgart.
Stuttgart. That's probably about 30, 45 minutes from Little Rock.
So but kind of in the other direction, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So what are you cooking on? I'm gonna say what you got?
I got a char grill, half barbecue, half smoke.
Okay, all right. So I think Mrs. Dash, it's about time for her to go to bed.
I'm
What'd you say, Nelson?
I'm a learning cook. I'm a
Oh,
novice still.
Look, I'm still a novice too. Shoot.
I need to find somebody that will tutor me in how to do it.
I know a guy. Okay, you can watch the videos. Oh, buddy, hold up. Look at this guy. Hold up. Alton, what's up, good brother?
What's up, man?
How you doing?
Hey, I'm here, brother. What's up?
I'm chilling. Look, hold on. Look, I
Man,
tried to put her. I don't say put her, but tried to say, "Hey, go to bed."
I was going to bed. I'm sorry. I forgot to hit the leave button.
She
Might
being
not work
nosy.
out.
I was being nosy. I was still listening. I'm just sitting here like this.
Hey, Mrs. Dash.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
All
Another
right.
person, porchetta. I like porchetta.
Yeah, porchetta. Look,
Mm-hmm.
I give all credit where credit is due. I was at Alton's house and he put us on. And when I say us, he put me on to porchetta. And I came home and I was like, I got to do that because she
Yeah.
loved it so much. Now, the only difference between the porchetta I make and what I had we had when we were there is the porchetta you had, the skin was on.
Yeah.
All of the porchetta that I can get, or all of the pork belly I can get, the skin has been removed. So it's not as crunchy on the exterior. But I mean, as told by my wife, she still likes it. So
Oh, yeah.
that's a win-win.
Still winning. Still
Absolutely.
winning.
Sometimes it's a hunt down here, but my market manager
butcher,
at the
yeah.
grocery store
Oh yeah.
can hook me up. So I've got some now.
Even the strings have good flavor, right?
You got to remember to remove the strings.
I knew it's coming. I couldn't resist, Dash. I'm sorry.
Damn it, Jimmy! I thought, bruh.
Couldn't resist.
You know, that's okay, Jimmy. That's okay.
Look,
I,
look.
mm.
You tell us those stories. Just don't expect us to forget them.
Yep.
It has been 4 years probably, and y'all have not forgotten. Grumpus hit me. Do you know? Don't let my gosh
Victor.
why can't yeah
Victor.
don't let I'm just going to attribute. Don't let Victor get on a live stream, because that's like one of the first things he talks about is the fact that I served strings to my wife. I'm like, bro, let it go. Let it go.
Hey, you gotta chew on them and suck that flavor out, though, right?
Thank you, Alton. Yes, there is
That's the
value
silver
add
lining.
to the strings. Yes.
Hey, I got
Yes.
you back,
Look.
Dash. I got you.
Thank you. Look, Mama Jean. Okay, Mama Jean, I see you. She said pork flavor floss. Yes.
There you go.
So the floss goes with the jug, right? Right?
Everything goes with the jug, bro.
Oh, bruh. Look. You look. I know. I left. My guy hooked me up on my trip to Texas, and I left some jars with Alton.
So,
Look.
Dog.
Yeah, that jar is too full.
Dog.
Dog, come on. What you afraid
Hey,
of? What
this
you
is
afraid
not-
of?
this is
It's nothing to be played with.
Hey, as my man Brandon would say,
Yeah.
this is nothing to be trifled with.
Yo,
Mhm.
listen.
Hey, but you know what? Because
Uh-oh.
I'm on
Yeah,
Dash the
buddy.
stream.
Peer pressure.
Hell yeah. Like he's like, I'm not working. I'm off.
I am, actually.
Look,
You know, we did a podcast tonight and just finished up here a little while ago.
yeah.
We have my man Tony Ramirez from TFTI Barbecue.
Okay. Thanks for the invite.
So his book just came out.
Backyard barbecue with
Yeah,
fire
man.
and spice.
So if you're not familiar with TFTI Barbecue, man, he does some phenomenal work. But
I'm not, but I know what TFTI means.
Yeah, man. Well, I mean, you know, we record our podcast and then they come out the following week. I think this podcast is probably, if it doesn't come out next week, it'll probably come out the week after.
Okay.
So, but you know what? I've been drinking Treaty Oak bourbon and Coke all night, but in honor of Dash right here, baby.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, look, Gene, he thinks he's wrong. That was a baby ass sip, Alton. Come on now.
Right.
You
damn right.
Right there. I feel you.
Oh man.
Bro, no, so here's the thing. So this past weekend.
What happened?
No, this past weekend, a friend of ours, some friends of ours are getting married. And so they had like their whole bachelor and bachelorette party thing out at a I don't even know what you would call it, a hill country, whatever they got. So we went out there and stayed for the weekend. But anyway, on Saturday, they had it set up so that all the guys, we all went to Garrison Brothers where they make bourbon whiskey.
Okay.
And then all the ladies at one point went to another spot for wine tasting or whatever. But anyway, when we did the tour at Garrison Brothers, we were getting some of this stuff that was straight out the seal.
Okay.
And it looked
just
like
clear.
this.
It's clear.
Just like this. And the stuff was so damn strong that literally when it hits your tongue, it
numbs
evaporated.
It
Yeah, man.
And
I was like, yeah, that reminded me of that stuff Dash gave me.
Listen, Alton, one thing I've learned, like I said, so my guy, I've been there, like every now and again, he's like, what you doing? I'm like, nothing. Come through. And I'm like, okay. And he said, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do this. And I'm like, all right, okay. So I try some stuff. Yo, when I say I have been schooled, but it's one of those things where I know that every whiskey starts clear. and then it ages. And when it ages, that's when it kind of gets a differentiation.
Yeah.
Okay, depending on how the barrel has been charred, or what type of wood it's been in, or how long it sits in those things. But every single barrel starts clear.
Yeah.
And then that mash that goes into it before it gets distilled kind of sets things off and changes. But listen, I'm just kind of happy that I know somebody that is cool enough with me that he's like, come through. I got something for you. I want you to try this. Okay, I'm gonna try it.
Hey,
Give
Dad,
it to Dash. He'll drink anything.
we need
Yep,
to get,
I sure will. I sure will.
we need to get Alton a guy.
We need to get Alton a guy.
We do.
Hey, wait,
What?
hold up now.
We need to get Alton
That
a
don't
guy.
sound right.
We'll have to
That don't
start
sound
looking
right. Pump
at
the brakes now. Pump the
his
brakes.
area.
Oh, he said pause.
Pump the brakes. I have not drank enough of this to be
Yeah,
saying, all right, get me a
listen,
guy.
that's been at Alton's house for over a year.
Yeah. And from the last time you came down.
Yes,
See,
I know.
let me tell
I
you,
trust. It's
I
been
sip-
April.
When I sip on this, I'm okay. I'm done. Let me go back to this right quick. That's how I do it.
Hold on. Look, Jean again. She said he thinks he's grown.
Hey,
Hold on, Alton, take another sip. Go ahead, come on.
I don't succumb to peer pressure, bro. I just don't. I just did that in honor of Dash. I'm finally on your live stream. Because usually when I catch
You be working, yeah.
I'm at work.
Yeah.
But tonight I am here. Like I said, we just finished doing the podcast a little while ago, and I saw you was on live. Man, let me hop on here. I know this is gonna be a surprise.
Oh, bro, always. So, Alton, actually, I need to reach out to you because speaking of surprise, and at the end of the month, I'm thinking. I'm trying to figure out how I can work it out.
Okay.
All right, so we'll talk.
Wait, does this sound like an Austin trip?
I'm thinking.
Okay.
I'm thinking.
End of the month, we got an event down in San Antonio. So
like I said.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, quit thinking. Come on.
Oh.
Come on, bro.
We got to work it out. Anyway, so hold on. I want to make sure I read this. So Susie says, Mrs. Dash, thank you for letting us share Dash with your family. We have all made friendships with each other that we normally would not have had the opportunity.
No.
We all feel like a part of y'all's family. She said, "Thank you." Yes.
Thank you.
So
I'm glad y'all like him. They really like him.
they like me. They really like me. Yes, right on cue. I know it. So it's so funny though. Look, Mama Jean said he think he grown.
Hey, we just got to get you grilling ribs, brother.
Fuck out of here.
Hey, I grilled some beef ribs today.
Today? When is the video coming out?
No, I didn't do it for video. So Mama worked half a day, so me and this live fire cooking, bro. So I went ahead and broke out one of the live fire cookers, and we did a little asado, just me and Mama Jean.
I told you, yo, like if I come down there, we're gonna have to grill like some.
Hey,
say less. I know, I hear you,
bro. Because in fact, the weekend that hold up. The weekend that we're talking about, that's like on the front end of me being off for a week.
Really?
I'm just saying.
So
I'm just saying. Wait, hold up.
So it was one of those things, right? So I saw it and I was like, how can I come and surprise folks? All right, so hold on. Before I start talking, Mrs. Dash, go to bed.
Thank you. I love you so much.
I'll talk to you later.
Bye, Mrs. Dash.
She's still behind the stage. So go ahead and close everything out and just go to sleep. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the fact that she was willing to join us. I do appreciate you. Thank you so much. And she's gone. Okay. So yes, Alton, I saw that and I was like, do I reach out to Alton and let them know, or do I just pop up? Because you know me, because I be popping up with mofos.
Hey, bruh. Either way it go, just be
Yeah.
there.
Ah, damn it.
Come on.
Listen, I
Hey,
got
we'll talk, man. We'll talk.
yeah.
We'll see
Because
if we can. We'll see if we can coordinate.
yeah, exactly. Because I mean, not for nothing, it's gonna cost me something to get down there.
Yeah, man.
And I'm like, if it weren't, if I could come down there and be like, yo, I'm gonna drive, that would be less money. But I'm gonna need to fly in, fly out real quick.
Yeah.
So it's not gonna be cheap. Um, yeah. So I
You
saw
got to make it make
Chachi's.
sense.
Yeah, exactly. So I saw Chachi's here. What up, Chachi? He says, hey, yo, Laura's here. Oh boy, I gotta watch. Yeah, he says, hey, Dash, Jimmy, question, Alton, all.
Hey, Laura.
So, hey, Laura. So Nelson,
Yeah.
how you doing, man? I'm sorry. We got a lot going on. If you join us on the live stream, I would like to make sure that we talk to you and answer any questions you have, and I want to make you feel welcome and things like that. So
It's not really much to tell. I'm a
no,
novice. I'm learning how to smoke. I know how to grill. It's
yeah.
the smoking part that I don't understand, and about starting wood fire and all of that stuff.
So
With the grill
the
that I
easiest way to start a wood fire is with charcoal. So you kind of take some charcoal like you were starting a charcoal grill and like push that up into your cooker and then put your wood on top of it. And that wood will catch fire. So I don't want you to feel like you have to make a fire with wood. You can kind of cheat and use charcoal, just like maybe half a chimney, a third of a chimney. Put that into your cooker and then put wood on top of it, and you're off to the races.
Hey, what kind of cooker are you using, Nelson?
I have a cheap one. You might well say I got from Lowe's. It's a char grill with the firebox on the side. It's just
Gotcha.
Listen,
Gotcha.
look, we don't poo poo on anybody who is starting out. Not at all. We're
Nope.
not those type of people. Jimmy, nope. Alton, nope. Because the whole thing is you have to start somewhere.
Absolutely.
And we are not going to give you grief like, oh my gosh, you don't have a $13,000 cooker? No,
Yeah.
bruh.
I
You
started
start
with
where you start.
a Weber kettle.
Yes. Listen, not even a Weber kettle. How many people we got? Steven and I
I already know what you're about to say. I had probably 2-3 of them.
yo, a Cheber. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Cooking the
So,
bottom out them bad boys.
bruh, listen. So, oh my gosh. Jay from Jay's Brappin'
Rapping.
Barbecue.
Yeah.
He coined the phrase Cheber, because it was cheaper than a Weber.
Weber.
Okay, Cheber. Okay, he went to his local grocery store where he was in California, and he bought a cheap ass Weber, and he called it a Cheber. And I mean that was years ago where he called it a Cheber. I know for sure Steven from Steven and Jacqueline's, he still calls it a Cheber as well, and it's a inexpensive. I won't call it cheap. An inexpensive cooker that he can do what he needs to do on. So we will not give you grief for not cooking on the most expensive cooker out there. Like for real, we are just encouraging you to cook on it for real.
Going out there, have fun with it.
Exactly.
Hey, but you know what, Nelson? I will say this because when I started out, I wish somebody had explained this to me from the very beginning. Because most people that are getting into smoking anything on a grill, let me clarify, they struggle with temperature control, right? So here's the thing. Remember this. If you don't remember anything else, dude, remember this. Your heat comes from your coals and your flavor comes from your wood. Okay. So don't try to control your heat with fire. You do that all with your coals. So if you have a good solid coal bed built up, you're going to be able to maintain temperatures. Once you lose that coal bed, now you're going to be having these temperature swings because you're going to be burning, trying to catch up burning
Yep.
wood. Wood's going to give you a big burst in, temperature rate in the
Yeah.
start, then it's
Temperature.
going to
Yep.
drop.
Yep.
And so you're going to be chasing it. So the thing is, it's always going to be that game of knowing exactly if you start with charcoal and then start to supplement with wood, of knowing just how long you have before you need to put on your next wood split. Okay. And then make sure, because I know what kind of cooker you're dealing with, you also don't want to use wood splits that are too big for your firebox, because you won't give it enough air and it's going to be fighting, trying to breathe, and you're
Not
going to end up
even,
with dirty
not
smoke.
even that it's fighting. I was about to say, not even that it's fighting. It's gonna be that dirty smoke. It's gonna
Yeah.
be that acrid or. So the whole thing is, you have to know that your fire, your heat, and your smoke are gonna be like this, and then like this, and then like this, and then like this, and you just say, okay, I'm aiming for it to be like this, where the ebb and the flow of the temperature is more even, versus it going up and then going down, versus
Yeah.
going up and going down. You have to like key in on the average versus the high and the low. And it's one of those things where we can say it to you, but it's not going to make sense until you do it enough, and then it's going to be like, this is what they were talking about.
Yep.
You
It'll make
Because
sense.
without
It'll
yeah,
make sense.
expensive meat on there too, you can sit and burn
Practice.
wood, and like Alton said, get your coal bed going
oh yeah,
and learn
yep,
how much this size stick
yep.
raises the temperature
Oh
and
my
what you
gosh,
need to go along. You don't have to burn up expensive meat to
nah,
No, sir.
definitely not.
No, sir.
Now, if I put my charcoal in the side box along with the wood, how much charcoal did I use? Because it's like small to me, compared to the other part.
To the cooking chamber, it's all going to be based on your temperature. You have to. This is where you, like Jimmy just said, you got to practice.
Yeah,
You got
yeah.
to figure out how much charcoal to put in here to maintain whatever temperature you're trying to, cook at. And there's no set temperature. Nobody can tell you, oh, you have to cook at 250 or 275 or 225.
Nah,
You cook at
you have
what
to
you cook
learn your
at, and
cooker.
your
Yep.
cooker will tell you
Oh
what
yeah.
temperature. Even though, like, Dash is talking about inexpensive cookers and expensive cookers, right? I've got an offset that is a expensive cooker, but that thing loves to run at 300 degrees. Now,
Mm.
I know how to cook it at 200 or 225, but if I'm being honest, the sweet spot on this cooker is 300 degrees, right? I don't fight it sometimes. If
Yep.
that's
You
what you're
just
going to cruise,
cater
I'm
to
going to
something
cruise
that
that.
needs to be at 300 degrees.
Absolutely, because you'll pull your hair out, dude, trying to catch up and trying to make a cooker do
You
what it
see why
doesn't
he
normally
and
do.
I are both bald, right? Mm.
But you just got to find the sweet spot. And like Gina tell you, dude, she's come back there. I've been sitting back there on Barbecue Boulevard sometimes, burning wood splits or whatever, and she'll come back there and oh, what are you cooking? Nothing. And I'm just sitting there
Nothing.
staring at the firebox.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, well, what are you doing?
Learning.
I was like, I'm just burning.
Learning. Yep.
I already know what it's going to do if I want to run at 300. But what if I do want to run at 200 degrees? And I want to put a low smoke on a brisket, say for 4 or 5, 6 hours at 200 degrees, and then kick up my temperature. How can I do that? Okay, yeah, I've got a charcoal basket in my firebox, but what if I want to pull that charcoal basket out and I just want to burn on the deck? So how can I build my coal there? Because I have it's a square firebox and it's flat on the inside, right? Most of the time you see people that have a rounded bottom. I don't have that. So how do I burn on the bottom using no charcoal basket and just burn wood splits? I mean, I'm that dude, man. So I love burning wood like that. So I don't really mind it. I will go back there and just fire it up just because I want to see what I got to do. Okay, if I'm running one wood split, once every 45 minutes to an hour, how can I stretch that out?
Yeah, because my firebox is flat on the bottom, like you said, but the hole is hooked up to the cooking chamber, but
Mhm.
it also didn't tighten up real good when I assembled it, and so I'm afraid that some of my smoke is going to leak out.
Don't
Uh,
matter.
Yeah, right. Let
Don't
it
matter.
go. Let it go.
That's nothing to stress over.
Nope. Mm-mm.
but I had tried it once, and it's real black. I guess I put too much wood in there because I went to Lowe's and got the wood chunk.
Yeah. So on a firebox like yours, because it is a smaller firebox, and those cookers are going to be less efficient. They're a lot thinner metal, and they're meant to be sold at a certain price point, right? So they give up some things to be able to get that unit down to a price point where the
Yep.
average masses can purchase it, right?
Yep.
So now this is where, if you learn how to cook on something like this, when you do get into a grill that's going to be, better quality, it's going to be a piece of cake. I
Oh,
promise
bruh.
you. I
I
promise you,
agree.
right?
I
So,
agree.
and then the thing is this: always just every single time you fire up the grill, learn something.
Yeah.
Write stuff down. Take notes if you have
Take
to.
notes. Absolutely.
Because I'm tuned into my grills and stuff that I know what to pay attention to. Like I can sit there and look at, if I got a fire burning and I see a little bit of smoke coming out of my air intake to my firebox, then I know I don't have my exhaust open enough because it's back pressure, right? A lot of people don't pay attention to stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't understand that. The pipe, the exhaust pipe, and the little opening at the bottom of the
The firebox.
firebox. So
Uh-huh. I'll tell you this: start wide open on your
Oh yeah.
firebox.
Always.
On your
Yep.
firebox, start wide open. Don't adjust anything on your
Nope.
firebox. Leave it wide open. That will give you maximum air intake to your
You
firebox.
make your adjustments with the wood that you put in there,
it's
and
been
you
I brought it, so I never touched it.
Yeah, use your exhaust on your smokestack, right? Use the exhaust or the damper on your exhaust there to try and control some of your temperatures, right? Now, if you can't get your temperatures down, then maybe you have too much fuel in
Yep.
your firebox, too much charcoal or too
Mhm.
much wood, right? Maybe your wood splits are too big. Chop them down, or don't use wood splits, just by chunks because your firebox is smaller. Honestly speaking, you probably don't even need to use wood splits. You probably just need charcoal. And I would tell you,
more charcoal.
and I would honestly tell you, don't even use briquettes. I would use lump charcoal. That's just me. It's a personal thing, but I would use lump charcoal, and I would supplement with wood flavor with wood chunks.
What is
Don't wet any wood. You don't need no
Nope.
wet
Nah.
wood,
Oh
but
my
just throw
gosh.
your wood chunks in there every now and then. And you only need to do that for your first part of most of your cooks.
okay? So now what's lump charcoal?
Hi, Linda. So lump charcoal, it looks like little pieces of wood. Like seriously, you know the difference between briquettes and lump. So lump charcoal is not formed. Your lump charcoal is your Kingsford briquettes, your Royal Oak briquettes.
That stuff is all pressed.
Oh yeah, it's the whole thing is they burn it, and then not mill it, but they knock it down to the point where they can put it into dust, and they form it into an even briquette where it looks like it's a uniform piece of charcoal versus lump. You can have a piece of lump that's this big or a piece of lump that's like this big. Okay?
Lump
And it's
is
just
actually charred wood.
exactly. Yep. That lump, those lump brick it's not even briquettes, but those lump, it'll burn hotter
And
and
cleaner.
more free. Oh yeah, cleaner. That's the word. Cleaner.
Now, do
I
they?
was gonna say more freer, but cleaner is a much better descriptor.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take up too much of you guys' time.
No, you
Do
good,
not
brother.
apologize. Yo, we are this is what this live stream is for. Because we sitting and we talking and we the fellowship of barbecue, and it is not a thing for real. Um, and you will realize that not briquettes, but lump will burn hotter and faster, and a lot of people aren't prepared for that because they're so used to Kingsford briquettes. They know what to expect. Lump barbecue or lump charcoal is a whole nother animal. But one of the things that you have to realize, Nelson, is lump, you do not necessarily need to add any additional wood when you are using lump.
Uh-oh.
I see you, Alton. I see you. You do not need to add any additional wood to your coal bed or your fire bed when you're using lump, because the lump will impart the smoke flavor, and
Absolutely.
it will give you the smoke ring that everyone is looking for, where
Absolutely.
you are I'm gonna say you are fighting. But if you're using briquettes as your fuel and heat source, you have to add some splits, some wood to it to give you that wood flavor. Lump does it for you.
Because lump is
There's
wood,
wood, exactly.
right?
And that's what a lot of people don't understand.
What about the flavor though?
I'm
Like
telling you, you'll
apple.
be fine. Nope. So it's one of those things where you can take lump, and a lump might be oak, right? And you say, okay, I'm gonna add 2 or 3 chunks of apple. It will help, okay? But it's not necessary.
Okay.
No.
It's
You can
not.
get away with it with lump because
Yep.
briquettes. See, briquettes. The other thing I don't think a lot of people understand is yes, it's made from wood, but a
Yeah.
lot of manufacturers put a lot of other stuff in it
In it.
to fill it
It's
out. So
filling,
it
yep.
could be sawdust, it could be glue, it could be all kinds of different things that they put in here and press it together
Yep.
to make it look like a little
Briquette.
briquette, right? I'm not saying they're horrible to use. I'm just saying that I
You
think you
need
will have
something
better
extra. You need
success
something
with
else.
lump charcoal.
Oh yeah.
Well, I quit using my smoker, my box after that one incident. Like I said, I put so much wood in there. I was
Yeah, just start with lump charcoal and get one little chunk because it again in a smaller grill like that, you don't have the room to put something bigger in there because you're not getting enough air. So what you see, so here's the thing, and think about this for a second. Most of the time, you watch people on YouTube and they're cooking on these, at barbecue restaurants, and
Big
they're on a
cookers. Big
thousand
cookers.
gallon cooker or a 500-gallon cooker, and you think, oh well, I can take that same principle and do it on my cooker. No, you can't.
Mm-mm.
and
You
that's what I
can,
thought.
yeah, you can, but you have to scale it down big time, right? So if they're using, say, a full bag of, charcoal to start off with for 1,000-gallon cooker, you probably only going to start off with, like, I don't know, 20, 30, pieces of lump or briquettes or whatever, and then a wood chunk
So let
because
me
you don't
ask you
have the
this.
same real estate.
So let me ask you this, Nelson. Have you ever seen what a 1,000-gallon cooker actually looks like in person?
No, I haven't.
So,
They're
and
huge.
that's and they are way bigger than you think. Okay, someone says, "Oh, it's 1,000-gallon, blah blah blah," and you're like, "Oh, I think it's this." When I went to Texas and saw a 1,000-gallon cooker in person, that 1,000-gallon cooker might be 15, 20 feet long, and the cook chamber, the charcoal box is going to be 4 to 5 feet long.
Yeah.
And you really don't, like, the perspective is something to have to behold. You really don't realize how much that Oklahoma Joe's smoker that you probably have and bought from Lowe's or Home Depot or whatever, that cooker has like a 2 foot or a 18-inch, or
Yep.
excuse me, 30-inch cooker or cook chamber versus a a like 48-inch. Yo, pales
yeah.
in comparison. It
You
is
know,
not the
and
same.
here this will sum it up for you too. Like my cooker is 94 gallons. Now we just talked about 1,000 gallon, right? My cooker is 94 gallons, and my firebox is insulated, and it's 24 by 24.
Mm.
So let that sink in for a minute. Now you thinking about 1,000 gallon
Yeah.
cooker,
Yep.
and think how big these fireboxes are on
Yep.
here. And even if we've all seen a brisket,
Yeah.
right? And you think about on your cooker, you might get 2 briskets on your cooker, right? On
Mm.
these 1,000 gallon cookers, it ain't nothing for them to have 40 or 50 briskets on it.
Exactly. 50
You know,
briskets. 50 briskets that are trimmed.
that
All
are
right.
trimmed.
Yo, listen. Let me tell you, Nelson. When I say I went to Stoutswich, that's where we went, Alton.
Yeah, yeah.
Stoutswich, and I was like, yo, goddamn. These like
And most of these places are running 4,000 and 5,000 gallon
cookers at the same time.
Yeah.
Nelson, this is one of those things where unless you are there and have seen it, you have you can't understand what they are doing.
Where are you at,
can't.
Nelson?
He's in Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Okay. So try this. Go to your local barbecue spot and just ask them, hey, can I get a tour of your pit room?
They
And see
don't
what they're
have.
cooking up. What's that?
They don't have none.
Don't have what? Don't have any barbecue spots there?
Nope.
Take a road trip. Go somewhere and go check them out. But you know what? I will say this. A lot of places also, commercial-wise, also cook on old hickory sometimes, which are a smaller, a cooker, whatever, that's kind of a vertical type cooker. So
Old hickory pits they're different.
yeah.
So just like Alton said, they look kind of like a mailbox.
Exactly.
Not
the mailbox at your house, but a mailbox like on the street somewhere.
On the street, yeah, on the corner.
Yeah. Mm.
And the whole thing is like the mailbox is the fire will be down below, and they have a little bit of convection because the tops will roll over, but you kind of have to figure out who's going to do what. It's one of those things where, Nelson, I say you probably are in a position to, just like Alton said, take a road trip to go somewhere and see something versus like me. I'm in Baltimore. There's not many people doing barbecue up here. Where Alton is in Austin,
everybody does it.
If he's throwing a rock, okay, he can hit somebody. It doesn't matter what direction he throws said rock in. From his house, he can probably throw a rock in. I mean, I'm not saying Alton isn't strong enough, but Alton can throw a rock and hit somebody that's doing barbecue where he is. And it's one of those things where I'm gonna say level set you on where you are versus what you can see. Just like Jimmy, where he is, and I've been to Jimmy's house. There's not many people doing barbecue where he is. There are smaller folks, kind of like me, who are doing small events, catering, and little things. But if I were to go to where Jimmy is, I could say, "Oh, I'm doing X, Y, and Z," and everyone would clamor around me because I'm doing like small events and catering. Where Alton lives, the thing is, everyone has a stand, or everyone has a gas station, or everyone has a this. So it's just a difference in location, geography.
There's a
Where
guy
you
on the
are.
corner that has an oil drum cut in half, one of the oval shapes.
Oh yeah,
and he cooks on it and a grill. He pulls it on a little utility trailer in the corner of a dollar store parking lot, and is pulling in like $1,000 a weekend, just right there on that corner.
That's what I want to do, make some extra income, because I'm.
Well, so the thing is this, Nelson, just start doing it. Start doing it.
Pretty much.
Because the whole thing is, if no one is there doing it, then you do it. and you make the money. Because I mean, listen,
All
somebody
you
else
gotta,
can go ahead,
Nelson.
Allison.
All you gotta do, honestly, I think we've touched on it before, is just practice. Don't even put any meat on the grill. Just practice running your temperatures and
Yeah,
making sure your smoke is clean.
get it right.
That's really it. You know, and it's like my man Rashid said when he was on that first season on that what is it, Barbecue Showdown, I think it
Oh
was
yeah,
on
yep.
Netflix. They had them cooking on stuff they've never seen before. And he said, "Hey, I've never cooked on this before, but I know how to manage fire. So as long as
Yep.
I can manage fire, I can cook on anything." And it's true.
Exactly.
I
It's
think
That
absolutely
is
true.
that is quintessential.
Quentin.
Quintessential. All right, so Alton,
Which is-
excuse me, Angela. Angela, this is my cousin, y'all. So you know, I'm gonna big her up. So she said, "Y'all still talking barbecue? It's almost 11."
And
Angela knows that normally at this point we be talking about the sun and the stars and the
you see
moon
what
and the
else?
sky. Yes,
You
Angela,
see,
we're still.
you see what else she said?
Oh no, hold
Look
on,
on
hold on. Let me
down.
see what else she said.
Look on down.
Uh,
Yeah, there you go.
been to Jimmy's house 2 states away. Oh god damn it! Here we go.
See? It's your night for it, isn't
Oh man, man, damn.
that's funny.
I want
Daddy.
to say, you know, it's funny, Angela. So I was gonna text you, Angela, earlier because I was like, yo, Mrs. Dash is not home. Maybe I can take Taste Tester number 3 and we can come down to your place and I can do this live stream from your place. But it didn't work out tonight because I'm like, I need to make sure Taste Tester number 2 is cool and this and other. And we had to cook from the house. So we were making some beef ribs here, some short ribs. So that's why I didn't reach out to you. But I was like, But I did make mention of you coming up to our house or possibly the other way around for Memorial Day. I told Mrs. Dash earlier. I was talking about it. So, you know, yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, my birthday falls on Memorial Day this year.
That's what's up. So May 20, is it 6th?
Yeah.
See, I did look into it. So earlier tonight I was talking about it on or to Mrs. Dash. So look, and Jimmy, you funny. It's not even 10 in Texas. Yeah, 10 states. Fat and Happy, what up, man? So Fat and Happy, I hooked Fat and Happy up. He was like, boom, you gotta help me out. Tell me about these jars. So my guy hooked me up, and I said, all right, I'm gonna pour some off. I'm gonna send some Fat and Happy, and Fat and Happy, please tell me what you thought of the jar. Smoking Rat said, creeping on 8 p.m. Yo, you on the West Coast. So Keon, what's up?
Dash, I want to know when you're gonna get on some live fire cooking, man.
So the problem with live fire cooking is I don't have enough wood necessarily to do live fire cooking. Like the wood that I have is supplemental, if that makes sense. I'm not using a full-on wood burning smoker any longer. And
That's where Vanna's missed.
Yeah.
If you could hook a trailer up to Vanna, you and I could take a chainsaw. You go back with wood for
Bruh, listen.
5 years.
I wouldn't even need a trailer, okay, Jimmy? Because Vanna has an 8-foot cargo area.
Oh no, we fill that up and then a 12-foot trailer behind.
Jeez. No. Listen, what's funny is people ask me all the time, what do you do when your wood has ants in it? The man's
Burn it.
Alton, exactly. Them ants burn, okay?
Right.
Listen, they're not going to impart any more or any less flavor into your cook. You wouldn't even know. I was telling somebody not too long ago, and Mrs. Dash was there when I said, "Oh, that man's burned." She looked at me like, "You burn ants?" Listen, listen, listen.
You didn't taste that extra flavor.
Exactly. That exoskeleton imparted X, Y, and Z into the
Yeah,
brisket. Okay,
It
that's
is what it
yo,
is.
exactly. And that's one of those things where, so I've seen it even when I get like a box of like oysters or clams, right? And I shuck a bunch of oysters, just oysters, because clams I'm not the biggest fan, but oysters, and there will be stuff in the shells, and my wife was like, "Don't show it to me, don't let me see it." Because shoot, you go to a place and the oysters will be $2.50 per. I'll go to Restaurant Depot and I'll buy a box of oysters and I'll get 100 oysters for $50. What? Come on now. I will sit and shuck them oysters my damn self because
never had oysters.
what? Bruh, you're doing yourself a disservice.
Crab,
Missing out.
Hey, all you need is some cold beer, some hot sauce,
Some
and a
horseradish.
cracker.
And a good guy at the
Man.
oyster bar to crack them for you just as
There you
fast
go.
as he can go.
that's raw. Ain't it? Talking about
Yeah, that's
raw.
raw.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, that's raw.
I definitely don't know if I want to try it.
I'm gonna
Oh,
tell you
nah.
this: don't knock it till you try it at least once.
Exactly. Listen,
Tried
I'll
calamari. I liked it, so I guess I can't do no worse.
no sir. Listen, them oysters, you be on some old other stuff because the person who's shucking them will take care of you. They will pop out
Yeah.
like, and that's the thing. Like a lot of people don't understand. I will shuck oysters and I will see baby crabs in the oysters, or I will see like little bits of whatever the thing is in the oysters that you don't want to eat. I'm the one that's popping those things out or plucking those things out, chucking those things in the trash that you don't even know that are there, the parasites, okay? But that is what's actually 100%. That's what's real. And what you're getting is not what's reality. My wife was like, you shuck the oysters over there. I'll eat them over here. Okay. Okay? Because oh my gosh, if you would see what's actually inside of the oysters, you might be like, yo, I'm not trying to eat that right now. Because
That's
it's
like
got
going to
some
kitchens in restaurants.
bruh, bruh.
People ask me why do
What they
I cook so
actually
much.
do? Oh man. What they really do inside of restaurants?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I
You
don't
don't
appetite.
want to know.
I like eating out. I'm a bachelor now, so I had to eat out. So
Oh no, no sir. So
Yeah, you
Dash,
know.
last
Yeah.
time we spoke was on your
Oh.
live, and I was telling you that I did this brisket on a rotisserie.
Okay.
Did you happen to check that out yet? You probably ain't seen it yet, have
So I'm not gonna lie, I have not.
you?
So here's the thing, Alton, and Alton, you are going when I say what I'm about to say, you're gonna be like, I get it. I do not watch as much barbecue on YouTube because I do not want anyone to say, "Oh, he copied me," or "He saw what I did and he did it too." So
Man,
I
who
don't.
cares?
I care. I
Dude,
care.
there's I mean, stop and think about it. Everybody has done something somebody else has done. There is
True.
nobody doing something
True.
that's so
There
completely
is
original.
nothing original under the sun.
You just take it and make it your own, but
But
bruh, all I'm gonna tell you is you need to see that brisket, bro.
okay, I will. I will
That and
promise you.
and that was on. I know that you rock Lone Star Grills,
Oh yeah.
so this was on Chris's other cooker, the El Patron, that I
Hmm.
did that on. And I'm telling you, bro, it's pretty damn serious.
So the problem is this: I have a cabinet, and the
Mhm.
cabinet is not similar to the El Patron because
Mhm.
there's no way for me to put a rotisserie into
Oh
the
no,
cabinet.
no, no, not at all. Completely different
Um,
cooker.
yeah, but I will tell you this: have you seen Justin's new video about he just got a Justin? I said
Baby
Justin.
bag maniac.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you and I mean, I feel like
Saw that.
because we are on a first name basis. You
yeah.
know who I'm talking about.
That dude, man, I got to give Justin his props because you know what? To this day, Justin still just hit me up out the blue. Hey, man, how you doing? I'm just thinking about you. You know, whatever, blah blah blah. That's the type of guy he is, man. Cool dude.
Listen,
But I saw he got that cooker.
I'm the one that hits Justin up, so I'm not cool enough for him to hit me up.
You know what? If you quit messing around and learn how to grill some ribs, he'll hit you up, bruh.
We lost Alton. I don't know what happened to Alton. He fell off.
Hey, so that's what we're doing around here, huh?
I don't know what had happened. So Alton, what had happened
What had
was listen.
What about rubs? Is it better to buy one or create your own?
So it kind of
Either.
depends, Nelson, on what you're doing, in my opinion. Yeah.
I got you, Q.
Look, so Mama Jean said them fire ants make it spicy. Okay.
What is Quentin? What is your flavor profile? Is what it comes down to. You know, because I don't know if you can see back here, but dude, this is like a store in here.
Let me just tell you, I've been there in that room, and Alton was like, "Here, take this. Here, take this. Here, take this. Here, take this." And the problem is this: my family likes a certain flavor.
Yeah.
And if I put anything different on the plate, they're like, "Hold up," especially Mrs. Dash. And she's not here to defend her, excuse me, herself. But I'd be like, "Ooh, try this," and she'd be like, "What's this? This isn't
This
normal.
ain't the same thing.
This isn't this isn't regular." And they're like, "But taste it." No.
And it might be good, but that's just not your flavor profile. Right?
Alton, yo, oh my gosh. When I say, I'm like, yo, this is like, I will taste it and say, ooh, this thing and that thing put together will taste.
Absolutely.
Yo.
I do that all the time. But here's the thing. And what I was getting at was that I got tons and tons of rubs here, man. But the thing is, I'm a salt and pepper guy. And so I always, man, if I'm making something just because I want to make something for me and I'm not making it for a video, I got 16 mesh, black pepper, and kosher salt, and I'm good. When I do my live fire cooking, I literally use a grilling salt that's a lot more coarse than
like a
kosher
crystal salt. Yeah, like a crystal salt.
Yeah, it's kind of like between kosher and like the sea salt flakes that are like really big.
Oh yeah.
And so you always tend to see it. If you ever like, bro, you would think I'm speaking Spanish and whatnot by now about all these videos I watch from South America to Argentina and Brazil and you know and all this
you
stuff.
You don't speak Spanish yet?
Dude, I could put together a few sentences here and there, but I'm not fluent yet. But I watch these guys and they cover stuff in salt, right? And I always think, well, okay, if I'm cooking something like say picanha or whatever it might be, dude, you can oversalt it, but for whatever reason, it doesn't.
Yeah,
it does. This meat will take what it can, and the rest falls off in the grilling process when you're doing live fire cooking. And I happen to love that because I like good, clean flavor. My thing is, dude, I don't want to. If I want to taste a rub, I'll just eat the rub.
Yeah.
Right.
Yo, so everybody is synonymous for cooking popcorn,
bro. I'm just saying. I love the good, clean flavor of pork or beef or chicken or whatever it is that I'm cooking. And so salt and pepper is really for me, that's my flavor profile, dude. I love that. I can throw down with the best of them using all these other different rubs and sauces or whatever, but that's just not my preference. So I say all that to say, Nelson, just whatever your profile is, follow it.
Embrace it.
Yeah, man.
I don't think I have a specific profile. I just like
Find one.
Yeah,
Whatever you like.
you
It's,
better
yeah,
get it,
dude, it's whatever you like. Whatever you like. You like sweet, you like heat, you like
yeah,
savory, you like a combination.
I like hot, sweet, and tangy.
So there's your flavor profile.
But
Selling protein, something I picked up from Dash, is try to be able to replicate once you hit on it, to be able to do the same thing over and over
Again.
and over. Yeah.
Yep.
And that's the thing. You'll get in a rhythm and you can.
Consistency.
Yep. It's like, I think I heard you use the analogy of like a McDonald's hamburger.
Oh yeah.
You know,
If I'm in
and
Baltimore, or if I go to St. Louis, or if I'm in Denver, or if I'm in Santa Monica, you know what you are going to get. And that is what I've been trying to replicate. I've had people tell me that, oh man, this is the same brisket I tasted 10 years ago. I want them to know what they are going to get. I want them to know what they are going to expect, because that's what I'm doing. Now, what I'm doing is not necessarily the same as what the next person is doing. But when they come and they order from me, they know what to expect. And that's all I can ask for. So, so let me real quick so Angela says she hasn't seen Blind Man Dave or Bumpy mentions in a minute. So Blind Man was on. So Angela, you missed Blind Man. He was on a little earlier. And Bumpy's been doing, I won't say his own thing, but Bumpy has been, I would say, sporadic, but he and I have been communicating via text message and other things. So even though he's not necessarily on the live stream commenting, he's got other things going on. So, but he's still around.
Dude, I like the barbecue questions, man. Anybody else got questions out there? I like this.
I'm sorry for asking so many.
No, do not apologize ever,
how you learn,
ever. Because the whole thing is, listen, Nelson, where you're like, oh, I'm a novice. Look, Alton has been doing barbecue for look, Alton is cheating because he's in Austin, or he's Austin adjacent. Okay.
But I need to go to Texas. They say that's the best barbecue. I don't know.
The best barbecue is the barbecue you got before you.
That's exactly it. And that's what I was about to say. That's the thing. Best barbecue is subjective, because when you grow up having a certain thing, like Jimmy's in the Carolinas, and
they make some great Q.
What barbecue is in the Carolinas is different from what barbecue is in Austin.
Oh yeah.
I think.
And what I grew up on in Philadelphia as barbecue, it is definitely not barbecue. And you see these quotes, barbecue, okay? Because I grew up on parboiled chicken cooked in Listen, let me just tell you what I grew up on. And Nelson, I'm being honest with you. And Jimmy and Alton, y'all can shut up for the moment, okay? Okay? Oh, okay? Because what I grew up on, I realized when I became an adult and I went elsewhere, that is not barbecue.
But it is to you.
And that's exactly it, Alton. Yeah. That's what I knew as barbecue. So if somebody said, I'm gonna put some chicken wing, like some wing dings, and some barbecue sauce in a pan in the oven, and that's barbecue chicken, I'm gonna tear it up like, God damn, this is some fantastic barbecue chicken. But is that barbecue? No.
I went to a guy that I worked with's house. He had some folks over, and he said, "Y'all hang around. We're gonna barbecue some hamburgers on the grill." I'm like, "He's from
Yeah.
New York, New York." I'm like, "You got to have to explain to me how you barbecue hamburgers on the grill. I've never seen that one done."
Well, you know what? I will say this in all fairness, barbecue is a loosely used term
Oh
that
my God, yeah,
encompasses a ton of
a
different
lot of
techniques.
things.
It,
You
oh, and
know?
you come to South Carolina and you get barbecue,
Barbecue.
Yeah.
You get
So
barbecue. That's something different.
Jimmy, let me just tell you,
It's like what
Jimmy.
Georgia they say barbecue, and they're like it's the
Mm-mm.
pork, like pulled pork or whatever.
No, that's the Carolinas.
Carolinas.
Yeah. Oh, wait, look,
So
we didn't know barbecue was anything but whole hog.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I grew up
let
with.
me just tell you. So Jimmy has one experience, and Alton, you have another experience, and I'm gonna share it to you. I'm gonna tell you what my experience is. So when I started doing, and I want to make sure, barbecue. Okay, when I started doing barbecue in Baltimore, is pit beef.
Mhm.
I don't do pit beef. I don't do pit turkey. Pit beef, pit turkey is grilling. Okay? And Alton, you know we have had discussions about this. Okay? Look at him. Look at him. Okay? We have had discussions about this on what barbecue consists of. Now, with that being said, in Baltimore, barbecue is pit beef, pit turkey, pit ham. All right. Now, I'm gonna say I made the pilgrimage, but I have come to Austin, and I went to Austin, and I had barbecue. Barbecue in Austin was brisket. Barbecue in Austin was
Beef ribs.
turkey. Barbecue in Austin / San Antonio, because I'm telling you right now, the best beef ribs I
Fusions.
had was in San Antonio at a spot called the Barbecue Station. When I say I don't know what the address is to the barbecue station, but I could drive down I-5, get off at the exit in San Antonio, and figure out how to get there to this day without looking it up, because it was that memorable when one of my coworkers took me there. Okay. But what I feel as having made that pilgrimage to Austin / San Antonio is not what the norm is, not what the norm consists of. So when people talk about barbecue, they're like, their barbecue is their experience. So Nelson, you might be like, well, barbecue to me is some ribs that somebody grilled. And Alton will tell you, I am not a fan of grilled ribs. It's just not my thing. If you want to grill ribs, to each your own. But that's not my thing. I'm gonna say a purist in the sense of barbecue to me is low and slow and indirect cooking that takes a while. Okay. And that's what I experienced when I went to Austin. And when I came back to Baltimore after going to Austin and / San Antonio, I'm like, I couldn't get that here. So I kind of recreated it. I recreated it. And now I do what I feel is quintessential. It is authentic barbecue in Baltimore. But the problem is the people who are here know
Something
what
else is barbecue.
Oh my gosh.
Yep.
Alton, hold on, Alton.
You just don't
Say
find
it
it.
again. No, yo.
You don't find it. You do. That's why, like I always tell people, I can't tell you what is good barbecue for you. Right? If you cook barbecue a certain way and say, I ain't knocking people here because we had this whole discussion on our podcast here a couple of weeks ago. If you're the type of person that you want to boil your ribs and then you want to pull them out and slap them on the grill and finish them off or whatever and slap some sauce on it, and that's good to you, cool.
Go do you, that. Homie. Do
that's
you, homie.
Right?
Do you.
I don't to cook it that way, but I can't tell you you're wrong because again, if any of y'all have watched my content, I always say there's no rules in barbecue. You You know, do
So
what you do.
I
What
I
works
say
for you.
all the time, there's more than one way to skin a cat.
Hey, Peter, he said that, and I ain't say that. I ain't say that.
Listen, that's one I got from my mom, man. There's
Just
more
say
than one way.
any of my sponsors that happen to be watching. I didn't say it. I didn't say it.
Guess I'm gonna have to come to Texas. Yeah.
Well, understand this also. Texas is a huge state, and
It's
there's
different.
different.
It's
You know,
different.
Gene had a comment in the comments there a minute ago that Austin barbecue is different from Houston barbecue, from
Yep.
Dallas barbecue, from
Yep.
so all
Yep.
of these different regions have different flavor profiles. Me
But
personally, I like the Central Texas 16 mesh black pepper, salt,
and salt.
a little garlic, and that's about
Maybe,
it. You go to the other places,
maybe.
you're gonna get into cumin and oregano and all this other stuff that they put in, and it's not bad. It's just different from what we do right here in Central Texas.
Mm.
And
So
we have
and that's the thing. I'm sorry, Jimmy, but I agree with Alton because when
Wait.
before
Say that again.
I agree with Alton when it
Okay.
comes to
Wait, you can
when you
stop.
go to
You just
Central
said you
Texas.
agree.
No, fucker. You okay? You're not gonna put me out there, okay?
Hey, let me
I
stop before I
know,
disappear again.
I know, yeah, right. I know what Alton is doing, Nelson. So the whole thing is this, and this is what you have to understand. Where I grew up in Philly. Okay, I grew up in Philadelphia, and the local cheesesteak place to me, which is what I knew, which is what I learned on, what I cut my teeth on, what I ate regularly, was the one that was my favorite. If you go to another neighborhood, that cheesesteak place is going to be the favorite to those people who grew up in that neighborhood. But take that and put it on a region or a city in Texas. Texas is big enough where this region, their barbecue is going to be their region's favorite because that's what they grew up on. And this region, and that region, and this region, and that region. So it's the same exact thing. Now, will I say that, Central Texas, like Hill Country Barbecue, is what I don't say base my barbecue on, but that is what my barbecue is closest to? Yes. Central Texas Hill Country Barbecue. But even then, Hill
It's so
Country
good,
Barbecue,
man. It's just
it
good.
it hit, and I take nothing away from Central Texas Hill Country Barbecue, but the I'm gonna say problem. But the thing is, I expanded or I elaborated upon that barbecue where I have a slightly different flavor profile than Central Texas barbecue, but it's cooked similarly. It's not the same. Similarly to how they cook their brisket in Central Texas, Hill Country in Texas. So it's one of those things where I can say these things. Let's say there's 12 things. These 6 things are the same. These 6 things are different, but these 6 things that are different are going to make it that the variation is like 100,000 times different than the same, even though it's 12 things and half of them are the same, half of them are different. Every variable is going to be exponentially different. And there's some people that are like, yay, that's close. And other people are like, you can't even declare that's even close to the same. Because and it's one of those things where it boggles my mind how it's how some people say chimpanzees are nothing like humans, but we're like one chromosome off. That's the same thing about how I do my barbecue, which was inspired by when I got to Texas and Austin and saw what they were doing and tasted what they were doing. But I'm doing this one thing, 2 things that are
It's
different.
your interpretation.
Exactly.
That's all it is.
Yes,
But
I go to culinary school. I don't have.
nah, I listen. People tell me all the time I'm a chef, and I tell them I'm not a chef at all. I am an arsonist who cooks.
But Dash,
Okay.
it's like South Carolina. We have 3 distinct
Yep.
barbecue sauces.
Yep.
The
Yeah.
lower part of the state is pepper vinegar.
Yeah.
Toward Columbia, toward the middle of the state, is
mustard?
mustard base,
Yeah.
and then the northern part of the state, you get a tomato base
Yep.
sauce.
And they're all good. They're just different.
Yeah.
Well,
It's just different.
I did an event Monday. I did pulled pork, and we did sandwiches and brisket beans and all of that, and had it for them. But I had all three barbecue sauces laid out. Some didn't eat any sauce at all, and some ate one of the three. And to sit back and watch, and it's funny because the ones that ate that used the pepper vinegar sauce, I asked, "Where did you grow up?" Down in the PD, down on the coast. I'm like, that's where that comes from, and you can tell. And it's like you said, it's what you grew up with. That's what's home to
Yes.
them.
Listen,
I say
I-
all three of them together.
nah. But you
No, you
can't
do
mix
it.
them all three together, Nelson, because that's sacrilege right there. Because that person, so let's say we have 1, 2, and 3, right? So it doesn't matter which one is 1, which one is 2, which one is 3. 1 will frown upon 2 and 3. 2 will frown upon 1 and 3. 3 will frown upon 1 and 2. And if you dare say that 1 is better than 2, or 2 is better than 3, or 3 is better than 1 and 2, all 3 of them will want to fight you. Okay?
That's why you mix it up.
No, sir. No,
No,
sir.
I don't
No.
think that'd work at all.
No. No. You, as an outsider, you're like, what's the big deal? Bruh. The big deal is, that's just like saying a Baptist can do X, Y, and Z with a Methodist, and a
Hey.
Catholic can do X, Y, and Z with the whatever.
What
Oh,
Gene just
look
said.
at. Hold
Look
on.
what Gene just said, because that's
Hold on.
spot on right there.
Hold on. Nelson, do you?
Yep.
If it tastes good, eat it.
Go
Oh
for it,
boy.
man.
Hold on. Can we say we have barbecue royalty here today? We're just gonna look. Oh,
I'm already joining barbecue royalty.
Nah, you are
Can
set
you
royalty.
see me? I can
We-
move if y'all can't see me. I can't
we
see me.
I
No,
can't.
we see you. We see
You
you.
need
So-
some light.
Hi. Hey, I wanted to talk with Nelson. Oh, by the way, hello, Godfather. Hi, Jimmy. Hi, Angela, Quentin,
Hello.
Grumpus,
Hello.
Steven, Laura, the whole shebang. I love all you guys.
It's the link.
But
Yeah.
I wanted to come on here and I can move, but this is where I hang out, is outside with all my lights. But Nelson, did I say hi to Q? Let me make sure I said hi to
You
Q.
did. You did.
Okay.
You did.
Listen, this is one of the most fabulous things you'll ever do in your life. When you get in it, as you go further into barbecue. And the reason why I say that is, first, if you love it, it's like a passion that you just can't wait to cook something else, smoke something else, do something else, learn something else. It's kind of like your time. But the other end of the sword, or I won't say sword, the other end of it is you get such a
Spectrum.
reward. Yeah, the other end of the spectrum is you get such a reward for giving people amazing food that they love, and it feels really good on that end. So
Oh, yeah.
you got to enjoy everything, because it's definitely a labor of love. And one thing I would suggest, I started taking notes because I didn't want to forget what to say to you. And I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt anyone on
You're
any
not
of this.
interrupting,
Go.
Susie. Yeah, exactly.
But what I wanted to say was, first of all, go back and watch this live stream over again, because everyone has given you such good tips and information and advice, excuse me, that it can kind of feel like overwhelming. But go back again and take your own notes and listen to what everybody has to say, because everyone that's in the chat, everyone that's here on the screen, I'm not saying
They have
myself
a
included,
vested
they have
interest.
they have a vested interest, but
Mhm.
they're so good. They have experience. They're so good at what they do. And this is such a cool community because everybody wants you to succeed. It's
Yeah.
not like there's a competition, like, well, if I tell you this, well, then
Yeah.
you'll do this and that. No, it's not like that. Like the best of the best and the worst of the worst, everybody shares information, and it's really, really beautiful.
I'm gonna
And
piggyback off of that and say there's enough money out here for everyone. And there's
Absolutely.
no one here that will say,
Yes.
not gonna. Now there are certain things that I keep to myself. I keep personal because I'm like, yo, it took me X number of years to figure this
Right.
part out, and this is what I use for my customers. But if
Right.
you kind of reach me, look, Jimmy has approached me on the humbug and said, hey Dash, I need some help with X, Y, and Z, and I'm
Yeah.
like, boom, here's this. But I'm
There you
not
go.
going to publicly 100% say this is how I do. Boom, okay. Because
Right.
I'm like, yo, but if you hit me up and you're like, hey man, let me become a friend, let me become family, let
Right.
me hit you up. I'm like, yo, look, you want the
Yeah.
keys to the castle? Here
Yes.
you
You know, and that's why I
Yeah.
said what I said earlier when I said to you, go to your local barbecue restaurant
go. Yes.
and ask them for a tour. Because again, like Dash said, here in Central Texas, I mean, a lot of people look at it as the mecca of barbecue. There's tons of barbecue restaurants here, and it's great barbecue. Everybody is doing things very similar. There's no secrets.
No.
Yeah.
You go to these
Yeah.
places and they will show you literally everything that hell, you can actually go to these restaurants
Yep.
and
And get
work
a
a
tour.
shift. You
Yeah.
can work a shift and they'll show
Right.
you every single thing that they do because they want to help you. They want you to learn how to do the barbecue. I mean, there's no secrets.
So I
And
will I will expand upon that, and I'm sorry, Susie, but when we went to Austin, and Alton was like, "Hey, I got us a tour at this place, Valentina's. I got us a tour at Style Switch. I got us a tour at this place. I got
Louis
us
Mueller.
at Louis Mueller." When I
whoa.
say, when I say I went to Style Switch and I was so full because I ate so much at Valentina's that when I was at Style Switch, I was like,
You
"This
just
is
didn't
my
know.
yo,
You
this
kept
is
wondering,
my."
how come you're not eating? Oh, bro, trust me.
You don't
This ain't my
know
first
till
time.
you know.
But the whole thing was, going to Style Switch was my least favorite place to eat,
Yes,
but it was my most favorite place to visit because he answered every question I had
Yeah.
about. I mean, he had a dual 1,000-gallon smoker, and I'm like, why do you do this?
Mobergs.
Why, yo, those are $50,000 smokers a piece,
Yeah.
and I'm
Everybody
like,
has them down here.
oh, have mercy.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
Nelson. When I say I was a kid in a candy store, and I'm like, oh my god, fangirling like for real, and I'm like, oh my gosh, and I'm like asking questions about this, asking questions about that, and they're like, yeah, we do this because of this, yeah, we do that because of this. There was nothing that he wouldn't answer, and I'm like,
Am I here?
oh,
And the
like,
fact is, of who you were getting that information from was Lance.
yo,
And I know, dude, I know people aren't going to understand, the depth of all the stuff that goes on here and who you were talking to and where he relates to the whole Central Texas barbecue. But I'm gonna put it to you like this: everybody knows about Franklin barbecue, right?
oh yeah,
And everybody looks at, oh, Franklin barbecue is like the greatest barbecue, whatever, blah 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 blah, right?
yeah,
So Lance actually came from Louis Mueller.
yeah,
Louis Mueller's barbecue in Taylor, right?
oh yeah, oh yeah,
Louis Mueller had, the kids, Wayne Mueller, Leanne Mueller, John Mueller. John Mueller is the one that taught Franklin. So y'all take it for what it's worth.
Are y'all still there?
yeah, oh yeah, we're here.
Somebody wave.
So there's a lot of knowledge. You got a lot of knowledge that day, Dash, just talking to who you talked to.
Agreed. And
Yeah.
and not only did I get a lot of knowledge, it was like, oh, this is what it is. It was so nonchalant that
Yeah.
it took me later to realize that, yo, I was literally
That was barbecue royalty.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
not even like it was royalty adjacent that I didn't even realize was royalty.
Yeah.
Because and yeah, it was
So
ridiculous.
I would say because this is kind of along the same lines. It's pretty funny. We went up to Irving. There's a spot in Irving called Smoke and Ash Barbecue, and it's a fusion barbecue of Central Texas barbecue and Ethiopian food. Trust
Ooh.
me, it
Oh,
works.
yes, no,
And
yeah,
it was
Oh, yeah.
fantastic, right?
yeah.
So Brandon and I went up there and we met up with Kumar, and you know who Kevin Bledsoe is, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So we went up there and met up with Kevin and Kumar, and we're sitting in there or whatever. And so this guy comes in there. We got our cameras and everything set up because we filmed everything for the podcast, right? And so this this guy just happened to be there. Um, he comes over to me and he just starts talking to me, man. You know, so y'all are filming. He's like, and I'm like, yeah, we're doing this, whatever, blah blah blah. And he says, so you guys have YouTube channels, and we're like, yeah, you know, whatever, blah blah blah. Okay, cool. So he went go do his thing. 20 minutes later, he comes back. Kevin Bledsoe, James Beard Award winning Kevin Bledsoe, is sitting right here. You can see him on Netflix and everything.
Oh yeah.
Dude didn't even look at Kevin. And he's
Yeah.
talking to me, asking me questions. And me and Brandon looking at each other like, dude,
Are
do
you
you
for
not
real?
understand who
Yeah,
is
right. Do you know who
sitting
that
right here?
is? Yeah.
He had no clue who Kevin was. And I know after he ended up seeing the episode on the podcast, he's probably kicking himself in the ass because I'm like, dude,
Yeah.
you had
Nope.
barbecue royalty right there that you could have got all the knowledge you wanted,
But
and you just had no clue.
but the thing is this, Alton, sometimes those folks who are barbecue royalty who sit off in the corner and
They
don't
down to
make them,
earth. Yeah, man.
yeah, yo, they don't make themselves the star of attention. Like,
No,
you
sir.
know, Alton, you listen, I've been with you and I've been with other folks and we've been to places, and it's not like I'm carrying a flag that says I have X, Y, and Z number of thousand followers on YouTube. Placate to me. No, you just a regular guy. And I tell people all the time when people come up to me or people say something to me, Alton, you know what that feeling was when that first person said to you, yo, are you Alton, the dog father of barbecue on YouTube? And you're like, humbly, I am.
Yeah.
That's
Aw.
that right there. Like that when someone recognizes you off of YouTube in real life, that right there is like one of those, it's a feeling, right? It's different.
Dude,
Yeah.
the one that got me was Gene and I were on vacation,
Yeah,
and we were in the Cayman Islands.
bruh.
And a dude saw me, and I had my towel hanging across my shoulder.
Oh yeah.
And he looked at me, he's like, dude, where'd you get that towel from? And I said, it's mine. It had my logo on it. I said, it's
Oh yeah.
mine. And he goes, well, I know it's yours, but where'd you get it from? I said, well, no, I mean, literally, it's mine. You know, and he goes, wait a minute, Dog Fathers on YouTube, right? You do barbecue? I said, yeah. And he goes, man, I know I've seen you before, you know, and it was just like, damn.
So my wife hates it, and you know, people, I won't say come up to me, but people say to me like, yo, I know you from somewhere. And I'm like, where do you know me from? Right? And they're like, I don't know. I can't place it, but I know you from somewhere. And my standard joke is, right? Do you watch a lot of porn? Okay. but before I get to that point, I say, I don't know, have you seen me on YouTube? And look, I had someone just this past weekend. He said to me, he said, hey man, he's like, you look really familiar. And I'm like, guess what I'm about to say, right? And I said, well, like from what? He's like, I don't know, man. I can't place it. But he said, you look really familiar. And I said, well, you know, my son is here, and this was a program for Taste Hustle #2, right? So he's been in this program since his sophomore year to his senior year. And I said, well, you know, you probably see me around with my son. You know, he's been here with this program, blah blah blah. He's like, nah, it's not this. And I said, well, I have a YouTube channel. You know, I do barbecue on YouTube. He's like, that's probably it. And I said, well, usually when someone says I look familiar, I ask them if they watch a lot of, and he said, man, I'm going to have to use that one because that's funny as shit. But that's the whole thing. It's like, you never know where, and Alton, I'm sure you know, Jimmy, I'm sure you know, you get people who look at you and they're just staring just a little too long. They're just looking at you just a little too long. And it's one of those things where it's like, yo, just say something and I will confirm what you are thinking versus you just staring at me and I'm like, yo, stop looking at me so hard. Like, what is it?
Mhm.
Like, do I have a boogie in my nose? Is there food on my chest? Like what is it? And but it's the craziest thing where and I say it in my videos from time to time. I was like, look, if you see me out and about in and or around Baltimore or somewhere else, just
Come say
say,
hi.
Yeah.
hey, exactly.
Yeah.
Just say,
Ayo.
hey, what's up? Just say, hey, yo. And I've had people do that where they're like, hey, yo, you're Dash. And I'm like, you get it. You get it. Like, for real. And it is a welcoming feeling, if you will. And like I said, Alton, I know you have had the same thing because where you are in Austin, there's so many people that are doing barbecue that
Yeah.
there's no way people don't know who you are when they see you out and about.
It happens.
Oh
It
man,
happens.
he's
Hey,
so
Dash.
modest.
Mm.
Yes, Susie.
Hi. I just wanted to say a
Ah,
couple more things to Nelson.
oh
That I'm sorry.
no.
That actually, Nelson, I'm from Texas too. I was born and raised in Dallas. So the Central Barbecue,
Oh,
everything around here, believe me. And it's very unusual whenever because I've gotten to the point I cut my own wood, I do my own thing, da 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 da. Not bragging on that. The point is, I'm saying that because when I'm at an event and they find out that I'm the one that did all of the catering for the barbecue, they're kind of amazed. And I don't know, I know there's not too many women that do it, but I'll take on any one of you guys any day. So I'll just tell you all that now. But I want to tell you this, nobody laughed at that? Are y'all scared? Is that why you didn't laugh?
I'm
I'm
not
not
a
afraid of
competition.
you.
Okay.
I'm
I'm
not a
not afraid of
competition
you.
cook, so
Yeah.
But
think I'm
what I
Listen,
wanted to
Alton's
tell
trying to
you,
be nice, and he said, "I'm not in competition."
I'm
Susie,
not.
I'm
no,
not
I
afraid
know,
of
I'm
you.
just playing. I'm just playing. I'm just playing. But what I want to tell you is don't be intimidated by anything. Just
Yeah.
do it. Just do it. Just use salt and pepper. That's what Central Barbecue is. If later on you want to go in and add garlic pepper or Laurie's or onion and whatever else you want to add, that's cool. But when you start, I still think that one of the main things to kind of get down is your fire management. Because from what I went through, it could be a windy day. I didn't expect
Oh
my
man.
fire to react differently on a windy day than I did in, 107
In a
degree weather
yep,
or whatever it
cold,
was,
How
cold
much
or
day.
in the
fuel you're
rain
burning?
or the cold. Exactly. So all of that, even if you're doing it just to do something for you, it gives you a little bit of a learning experience to know what you're going into the next time you're doing a cook in that type of weather. And also, I say all that again to say this, that I think from what you said earlier, there's not a lot of barbecue places that are around. And you'd like just to have a place like, on the corner on the weekends to earn some extra money, or we have gas stations that have barbecue, whatever. Do
Mhm.
that, because if you have a good product, they'll come back to you. They'll come back to you because they
Yep.
can't get that from anybody else
Anybody
but you.
else?
And so do that. It's just barbecue. Like, it doesn't have to be complicated. It's just like fine tuning a few things. And you can do that by what you hear from all these guys on the panel. And everybody that follows them. And the other thing was, before I forget what I was going to say, what was I going to say? Damn it. Oh, when you travel, like say you're like Kansas City barbecue is a little bit different than South Carolina or North Carolina. When you travel, try barbecue everywhere you're
Try
at.
it.
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
Try
Because
it.
even in Texas, it might be a little bit different here and here. And in Texas, I've
Absolutely.
had some barbecue that I just didn't think was all that great. But I now compare my barbecue to everybody else's. But that just comes with having done it a lot. So
Um,
just go back and watch everything, and just there seems to be a lot to take in, but when it comes down to it, it's fun, it's
It's
enjoyable. Kick back, get the fire going. All the neighbors get all jealous because they can smell the fire. have an iced tea.
Not
It is
only,
all the
not
same.
only
Do
fun,
it.
it's relatable.
Yeah.
It is. It is. And it's
Yeah.
honestly, it's all the same. I don't care
Yeah.
where you go. It's going to
Mhm.
be the same. You
Yeah.
you learn fire management,
Yeah.
and then you just play with flavor profiles. That's it.
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly right. And even Dash has a really great video. I'm sure everybody else here does too, on chicken wings, because I'd never really done some chicken wings. I usually use my smoker, but I have a Traeger that I never even fire up because I feel like, why? But I did when I saw his
That's
video,
funny.
and it's really cool just to even try different pellets, different seasonings on your chicken wings, things like that. But just take it, what feels comfortable to you, but just don't ever feel overwhelmed with it, because when it comes down to it, it's just barbecue and everybody loves it. And you learn something, encourage you, because I know I was, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I was ever intimidated when I started. I loved it.
Just
I
do it.
just loved it. And so I'm still with it, and it's just fun. And then keep joining here on Wednesdays, and join the Godfather, join everybody, go back through the list and click on everybody's YouTube channels, and you can learn something from everybody. Jimmy, right there, Grumpus, like everybody. I don't have a YouTube channel, but I'm working on it. But I'm
Hey,
here.
just do it.
Just do it. That's
Yeah,
right.
I learned from all y'all.
Just do it.
Yeah, I found
Y'all
it.
are my mentors.
I haven't
So
opened it
anyway,
up.
Nelson, I just wanted to tell you that. So do it, and then come back and tell us how it's going.
And Susie, you do the same thing. Start that YouTube channel. Just do it. You come back and tell us how it goes.
Yeah, I'm
Just
gonna have to
do it.
come to Dallas. It's only 6 hour drive for me, so
Yeah, there you go. There you go. And try every barbecue place along the way, because you never know.
Sure.
There might be a hidden gem in between there. Probably not in Oklahoma, but everywhere else.
You'd be surprised. Don't ask Marcus about Oklahoma barbecue, because he'll tell you.
Sorry, I'm throwing that out there.
Hey, speaking
Listen,
of
guys,
Dash, I went
Yeah,
right
yeah.
by Marcus's on Sunday, but I think he was closed.
He might have
Listen,
been out
guys,
of town. I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
bounce. I'm gonna bounce, Dash. I gotta go. It's gonna be an early morning. Good to see you guys.
Love you,
All
Jimmy.
right,
Absolutely.
Jimmy.
Love you too, girl.
Jimmy, I will
keep an eye on the
reach out.
mailbox. Okay.
I gotta hit you up. I'll talk to
All
you.
right. Okay. We'll talk
Take
soon.
care, sir.
All right. See you
Indeed.
guys.
Bye-bye.
Hey,
Now,
my man Johnny is on.
question. One more question, and I'm gonna have to go myself. The lump charcoal. Is it already like pre-lit like some of the other
No. So you're going to have to either use a charcoal chimney or some lighter fluid to get that charcoal
Oh,
going.
oh,
Listen, Alton.
whoa.
Alton.
No lighter fluid, bro. No lighter fluid, bro.
Alton.
no light?
That 5 foot no,
No, sir.
listen, that 5 foot
No,
grill
sir.
table will not get started unless I use some lighter fluid
No,
in
I guarantee
conjunction.
you. I guarantee
No.
you. I can come up there and fire that bad boy up with no lighter fluid.
Oh, all right.
Guarantee you.
Challenge.
It's not a
Alton,
challenge.
come on up.
Do
I
it,
just
do it,
know
do it.
because dude, they don't make lump charcoal different in Baltimore than they make here in Texas. It's the same thing. Stop.
Come on up.
Right?
Come on up, Alton.
Stop.
I don't know how to start it. I usually put paper in there and use lighter fluid.
Dude, I haven't used lighter fluid in
Do
ages.
some fire
You will
starters
get
off Amazon.
excoriated here
Little
if you
fire
break out some
starters.
lighter fluid.
Listen, Alton. The thing is, with the grill table, because there's so much surface area.
It has zero to do with it, bro.
Oh,
You making
all right.
excuses right now.
No, I'm not making excuses.
I guarantee you can get that thing lit without lighter fluid. I promise you.
Come on this way. Come on
I
up
promise you.
here. Come on up here.
Nelson, go to Amazon, get you some of those little fire starters. That helps a lot. They're like this long.
And
But
if you don't
light
have
those,
that,
you light up the
I
lumps.
can see that.
and if you don't have that, bro, just use some paper towels and some cooking oil. Promise you. You can use a bag of Doritos. You can use a bag of Cheetos.
Bag of Fritos.
Yes. All of that stuff will start a fire. I promise you.
Oh, I gotta quit eating them then.
I know, right?
I promise you.
You won't look at those the same anymore.
Dude, now I like I said, I do live fire cooking here. And I have all the fire starters, the tumbleweeds, the fire cut. I got all that stuff. Dude, the last few fires I've lit up, I literally start them up with probably 4 or 5 pieces of lump charcoal. I use a paper towel, pour some oil in that paper towel, put it in there with that lump charcoal and light it, and just start adding pieces on top of it. That's all you need, bro.
Okay.
Promise you don't need no lighter. I promise you.
I'm gonna go get me some meat and barbecue tomorrow.
Bro, unless they make us some, I don't know what kind of lump charcoal on the East Coast that they just don't make here. It's all the same. It's
comes
all the
from same
same, bro.
distributors.
Yeah, okay.
Alton, I'm just gonna say, when you come this way, we're gonna
Oh,
put
y'all
this
got
to the
different air up
test.
there,
I'm just telling you
huh?
that
That Philly air.
it's a little different.
Dude, I mean, I've been over there. I've cooked in Virginia. They ain't that far away from you. I've cooked in Jersey. It ain't that. I have never used lighter fluid, bro. I'm not.
Dash,
Hey,
you done what
if
he
that's
says?
what you use,
Did you do what he does? What he said, Dash? What Alton said? Have you tried that?
So the thing is this: the amount of area that I'm trying to catch on fire at the same
Mhm.
time, using a what Alton is talking about, it just
Yeah.
is not sustainable. Using lighter fluid is what will get the fire going. Now, also, one of the things that I will say is, for the most part, people who use lighter fluid overdo it. And I think that is what has a bad rap. Just like people who squeeze their briskets, you'll never see me squeeze a brisket.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's where Dash and I are absolutely going to differ, and that's okay. But I will always tell you don't use lighter fluid. And if you got a big area, you build multiple fires.
Mhm.
That's just going to be a difference in the way we cook. I mean, everybody's got their own thing and how they do stuff, you know.
I
But
tried both. I tried both before. I had to fight with it using the cooking oil, but I still collect it and keep it to the side as an alternate source.
The cooking oil will take a longer time. Like a
don't take a long
lot
time at
longer time.
all, dude. Oh, dude,
Mhm.
I maybe I need to do a video on it because I light it up like that, bro.
Do a video on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that helped me.
Because
Yeah, please.
even Al, you know who Al Fragoni is, right?
Yeah.
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 So even Al Fragoni has one where he took a whole bag of charcoal briquettes and dumped it in his Alamo cooker, and he showed multiple ways of lighting charcoal on that one pile of charcoal. So he actually did. He even does what they call a volcano. And so you basically take a bottle and you wrap ball newspaper up so it's like a rope, and wrap them around a bottle. You set it down and pour charcoal around it, right? And then he
Oh.
pulls the bottle out. So basically, you have a hole in the middle of the charcoal where you can actually put some oil inside there and light it. Like the paper, it gets the oil and it burns out,
Hmm.
right? He did that
That's
on
pretty
that
cool.
same pile. On that same pile, he did that where he took the paper towel, poured some. I think he used olive oil. Poured olive oil on it, put it on the charcoal, lit it, and it lit that part of the fire. He took another one where he took a bag of Takis, put the Takis in there, lit the Takis, and it lights that fire. Then he had the part where he used the
Wow.
tumbleweed, and he used that, and it lights. I mean, all of these are great methods that are natural methods in starting a
How
fire.
big was the cook chamber, the firebox?
How
It's not a
big was it?
firebox, Dash. This is open fire cooking, dude. This is what I'm trying to
So
tell you. This is
I
like
mean,
this is like 4 feet across.
okay.
That's
All
what
right.
I'm saying. What you saying is, bro. I mean, maybe somebody need to come show you. That's all I'm saying.
But Nelson's
Hey,
talking
look.
about a smaller area that he's lighting in
Oh,
his
absolutely,
firebox.
absolutely, absolutely.
But it
Like
would
I know
still
guys
work.
out
You just
here,
use less, right? I mean, it's same. Both of
right,
y'all have the same thing. It's just Nelson, you would just use less than what
right.
that.
You're not gonna use the same as you would with like we said, 1,000-gallon cooker.
Yeah. Oh, and also Nelson, check out. I don't know if you have like I don't know if it's a thing everywhere, but it's like called a Nextdoor app where you can see your neighbors sell things, and a lot of people will sell smokers
Real
because
cheap.
they don't. You just have to come pick it up because they don't want to obviously deliver it. But you can get when you decide to get something bigger, that's a really inexpensive place for you to see if any of your neighbors are selling something like that. And you can, I know one of my smokers, I did get that way. It
And
was
it's called
really good.
next door.
Huh?
Yeah, next door.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called Next Door. It's if you go to the apps, it's like a green with a big N in the middle, and then
Yep.
you just put in your zip code and find stuff. But I mean, whatever, 5 Mile or whatever else. But yeah, instead of going and buying something new, the other cool thing about that is if they have used it a while, you kind of get it already seasoned, which is kind of neat for that. But you can save some money upgrading until you get to wherever you want to go.
Yeah, I want a big.
So I hope anything I said is helpful for you tonight, and I hope I didn't repeat anything that everybody has said before, because this is such
You
a
reinforced it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yay, okay, good.
You
So,
absolutely
next
reinforced it.
Thank
next
you.
door is kind of similar to how like Craigslist would be.
Sort of, except for it's just like within your zip
Yeah,
code.
in your neighborhood. Yep.
Yeah. So like 5 Mile. I don't know if y'all have 5 Mile there or not, but anyway, just anything where your neighbors are selling things, or heck, hit up a garage sale, even that yard sale, garage sale. But especially this time of year, because people are moving. School is ending. They want to move during the summer to get to the new place that they're going to. So this is a really good time of year to pick up finds like that, and you can save a lot of money.
Yeah.
Grumpus, I'm right there with
That
you.
Facebook store too.
I didn't hear you.
Facebook also has a portion.
Oh,
just similar to that.
yes.
Marketplace.
So
You can find a lot of great deals on there, though.
yeah, you can.
Johnny.
Hey, Johnny.
He said make 3 piles light on him. You ever talking about, getting a big cooker going? Indeed.
And then learn to make a really
Oh,
good
boy.
dessert, like a really good banana pudding,
Mm.
or like, something really, really good, because you'll see people they might have good sides, but their barbecue sucks or whatever. And then they'll have really good barbecue, but their
But
sides
the
suck.
side suck.
But you know what? If you can nail a really good banana pudding, I've never heard anybody turn that down. So,
Yeah, I love.
I've been to some places that make some bad banana pudding.
that's
Oh,
terrible. They
Lord.
should shut down.
Yeah.
They should just shut down. How do you do
That's
that?
because they're using the pudding and not actually making the pudding from scratch. That's the
See,
problem.
nah, get out of here.
See, and I can honestly admit I've never learned to make pudding from scratch.
Oh
I've
my
just,
God.
I mean, I know it's not
can't wait
hard.
to
I've just
see you.
never
We'll
done
do
it.
that together.
There you
We'll do
go.
that together. Yeah.
I also say I'm not a baker, but I've made cakes from scratch, and
Well,
decorated them,
there
whatever.
you
But
go.
for whatever
Gotta add
reason
a
with
little
pudding, I've never done
amaretto
it.
in there.
There you
good.
go.
Who?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I want to play
think
around with
Ah,
banana or bread pudding now.
that'll be about it.
Bread pudding. Yes.
So Alton, if you've never bought Nilla wafers, all you have to do to make your pudding from scratch is read the instructions on the side of the
Oh,
box.
I know. I'm just too lazy.
Oh, no, not that. Dash gave me a great idea. Dash gave me a great idea. I have a picture. I don't think I ever posted it on Instagram, Dash. But when you said to use the those chess cookies.
Chessman cookies.
Oh God, I used those all on the top. Looks so
Oh,
good. It was
Oh,
awesome.
you know what
I
else?
did that. Yeah, that was
Have
great.
you
I don't think I ever
tried?
posted
Have
a
you
picture,
tried
but I
Nutter
will.
Butters?
Not in banana pudding.
Oh hell yeah, bro!
Really?
Really?
Oh, absolutely, it worked. Trust me.
Okay.
Trust me.
In
So
banana. What are you doing?
one of the guys is down here. I don't know. You're in Dallas. Maybe you've heard of it. Brett's Barbecue that was in Rockdale. I don't know if you've
Lockdale.
heard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So he actually, when they had Houston, I don't know if Dallas gets into this, but there used to be the Houston versus Austin barbecue throwdown.
Right.
They alternate. So bless you. So when they did this here in Austin, this is where I got introduced to it, because Brett actually made a banana pudding that had Nutter Butters on top of it. It was the best freaking thing I'd ever had. I was like, okay, I got that. I had to start doing it.
That's genius. I never even thought of something like
Absolutely. It was phenomenal.
that. Wow. Did he have them crushed up on the inside too, or just on the top?
No, he just had them on the top. The
Just on
inside
the
was
top.
vanilla wafers and the whole nine, but he just put toppings of Nutter Butters on top of it, and it absolutely worked. Because I looked at it sideways, like,
Wow.
okay, I've never seen this before. I
Yeah.
don't know how I feel about this. And then we're like, oh yeah, we're gonna do that from now on.
I like that.
Just try it. Just try it.
I will. I will try. I don't know why I'm thinking of drizzling some caramel on top, but
I mean,
like
you
that
could
whole
go
thing
all
would be
kinds of 30
amazing.
different ways with it.
Yeah, but I never thought about Nutter Butters.
Yeah, I hadn't either until I had it that day.
Oh my
And
God.
Well,
Wow.
just thanks for that. Is definitely something to think about, Alton.
Yeah. Those king,
Hmm.
what you said, Dash. I mean, I follow most of the stuff you tell me. Oh, sorry, dog. Ooh, hit one dog with a ball. But yeah,
Chessman?
Nelson also, Dash has a really, I know everybody does, but a really, really good video on doing wings, which kind of got me into it. So now I'm hooked on that. So anyway,
Chicken
check
You know
out
wings?
what I
everybody's page and just research it. Whenever you get time, just go down the line and see what everybody has, because everybody will have something a little bit
A
different
little
to
different.
add.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah.
you know one thing I do like about that you do, Dash, I think I do the same thing. Well, I prefer it the same way, is making the wings whole.
Yo,
Yeah.
why does
You know?
everyone cut
Yeah.
up wings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah.
yo, leave the wings the way they look.
because
Look,
Yes.
look.
Street
Yes.
Fighter,
Look, Alton is folks say as God intended.
I do like them whole. Like when I just made
Yes.
I made a honey butter wing video last, and I actually cut up the wings because that's how most people like them,
Oh my
right?
gosh.
But I like to make my wings whole.
Oh,
I love,
Right.
dude. I love the wing tips too.
yeah.
I
Do not cut that wing tip off the wing. Yo, give me the entire
and
wing.
get them nice and crispy too.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh, yes.
Yeah.
Listen, let me tell you, Alton. I watched a video today, and it was like one of those. And these were the guys that were like, and I can't remember what the name of the channel was before, but it's basically two guys and their cameraman, and they go and they do like a
Let go.
cheap, a middle, and an expensive thing. And today they were doing like a $10 wing, a $50 wing, and a $150 wing.
I've seen something like that.
Yo,
I think I know what you're
and the whole
talking
thing,
about.
I stopped the video halfway through, like, I'm going to get some Chinese food chicken wings right now.
Oh man.
Man, I called the chicken wing place up the street from my house, and it was like, yeah, you can get 4 wings and shrimp fried rice
Yes.
for $10.50.
Yes.
I was like, yep, I need that right there. And then I was like, yo, can I also get an order of shrimp egg rolls? And I had the wings, the shrimp fried rice, and some shrimp egg rolls. Oh, it was
Man.
fantastic. And I ate the wings like, damn, these wings aren't even all that good. But it was just what I
It's
wanted
the whole
at the
everything.
time.
Yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
Dude, Gene put me onto a spot down there in Houston called Timmy Chan's.
okay.
And the thing was getting chicken wings and fried rice.
Mm-hmm.
And they put it, and this was what was so funny, was they would put it in the styrofoam to go container, and it was so hot that it was like
it would
putting
melt the
holes in the bottom.
styrofoam.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, definitely. That is
yeah.
the only way. If your styrofoam container is not deformed, they're not doing it right.
No, man.
Yeah.
Or you
That's
get the
like good
chicken
stuff.
wings and fries, man. And best believe, for me, I need some ketchup, I need salt, I need pepper on the fries in the box. And then maybe some hot sauce on the chicken wings. And it doesn't even have to be good hot sauce. It's just salt, pepper, ketchup on the fries, hot sauce on the wings. Boom.
There you go.
That's it.
I can get down with that.
Yeah.
Mm.
Keeping it simple, Nelson. That's the whole thing of all of it. Just keep it simple. Just food.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time, you just cook. If you know how to cook in the kitchen, you can cook out there.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
So not even to expand upon that, Alton, if you enjoy it, someone else is going to enjoy it too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because if you're cooking to please someone else, no one's going to like that except for that 1 or 2 people that you're trying to please. But if you can eat something and say, yo, I put my whole heart and soul into this, or there's no way you're not going to like this, trust me, people are going to like that. People are going to enjoy it. Because, I mean, it's too many people out here cooking for judges. It's too many people cooking out here for somebody who doesn't matter. And it's like, nah, bro, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
You know, the bottom line is, man, you just do what works for you. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Enjoy what you're
it's
doing.
funny. It's funny because I know a lot of people don't know this, but Dash and I, we got this thing that's gone back for I don't know how long, but we always giving each other hell, right? And we do it because it's fun to us. We enjoy it. We needle each other. A lot of people think, man, y'all probably going
Yeah, we don't like each other. We
Yeah.
hate each other. He mad. Dash is mad at Alton, and Alton is mad at Dash. Nah, bro. This is
This
Alton
is
is
what
like
we do.
Alton is like my older cousin. Okay, he not even like a brother. He like my older cousin. That he's like, nah, Dash, you're not gonna do this. You're gonna do this, and I'm like, ain't no way. Just to spite him, ain't no way. So here's Alton getting ready to tell you that I am going to grill some damn ribs. I ain't grilling no ribs, okay? I'm not grilling ribs.
Hey, but that's all good because when you come down to Barbecue Boulevard, I'm gonna make you some grilled beef ribs. Just so you know, I'll make, and you gonna like them. I promise you. It's like you said with that. It's like you said with that lamb, right?
To say, yep. I was just about to say. So where Alton tells me he's gonna grill some ribs for me, I got some lamb and some salmon that Alton is gonna appreciate. Because Alton is like, yo, I don't get down with lamb, dog. Like, no, lamb is not my
eating
thing.
it recently.
But you have had lamb chops, not leg of lamb.
This is true, but I have.
You have? Okay.
At KG. So there's a spot here in Austin called KG Barbecue. Kareem Al Gaesh.
Okay.
He actually does a whole fusion.
Okay.
So he's from Egypt.
Yeah.
Right? And so he does Egyptian Texas barbecue.
Oh, I saw him on Food Network, I think. Is he in a
Yeah,
food
yeah.
truck?
Yeah, he's been on
That looks
Netflix
really
and all
cool.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
He was on the same show with our boy Joey Victorian and Thyron. Thyron won that show.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
It looks so good.
yeah, we went to go hang out with KG and dude, he put us on some lamb, and I'm like he had lamb sausage, he had lamb bacon, lamb chops. He had the leg of lamb where he did like a like pulled lamb.
Oh yeah,
dude, we tore it up.
Oh my god!
He said Dash was right.
No, I didn't. I can't tell you that I would do it on the regular, but I've at least got my mindset now that I will try it. And honestly, what happened was Elias. You remember going to Valentina's barbecue?
Oh yeah.
And so Miguel Vidal was the guy that owned Valentina's. He has a brother named Elias. And Elias is a badass on the grill too.
Okay.
And so when we would go out to Treaty Oak out in Dripping Springs and do the barbecue events, whatever.
Yeah.
One day I'm sitting there cooking with Ryan from Backline. We're sitting there cooking on his multi-tool, and Elias was next to us cooking on another multi-tool. And so we don't get to go around and go see Al Fergoni and Ernest Savani. We don't get to go see all these guys and hang out because we do it afterwards.
Y'all
right?
busy, yeah.
Yeah. So we have somebody that kind of runs food from one spot to another, and we'll try stuff. Well, being Elias was right next to us, he walked over and said, "Hey man, y'all got to try this." And I'm like, "What is these?" "Oh, it's lamb chops." I'm like, "Oh, no, I don't eat lamb." He looked at me, "No, man, you got to at least just try it."
You got to try it. Yep.
So I was like, "All right, man." So I went in, man, tore that lamb chop.
Listen, Susie, I remember Alton hit me up like, "Yo, I had some lamb. It was delicious." And I give credit where credit is due because Alton will be like, "No, I'm not going to eat that." But when he does eat that, and if it's like something that I said, "Hey, you should try this," Alton will hit me up out of the blue and be like, "Dash, yo, guess what I had? You'll never believe this." And this is, you'll never believe this, but I had, and that's that. But that's the thing. Look, Alton, when would I came down there? It was 2020. If it
right
wasn't
before
2020,
the pandemic.
It was
February.
It was February.
Yeah. That's when we had all these YouTubers at the house. Yeah.
We had the meat.
I think Grumpus was here for that too.
No, Grumpus wasn't there.
No, was it? I thought he was here.
Grumpus wasn't there.
Johnny was here.
Johnny was there.
Yeah. Chef Johnny,
Chef Johnny was
Justin,
there. Justin,
Cooking with CJ,
CJ,
Greg from
Ballistic
Ballistic
Barbecue, Greg
Barbecue.
from Ballistic, Ian
All
with
in
the
your
cutting
house?
boards.
Yeah,
Yes.
Wow.
dude, we had a
There was
man.
it was
Oh, that's
it
right.
was
Because
almost
CJ
almost a
filmed
dozen.
the. That's when they were doing the hot seat. We did the hot seat
Yes.
from our
Yep.
backyard,
Oh,
Barbecue Boulevard.
man.
Yeah.
Because
It
they
was
had Craig on C-Mac Barbecue.
so, and that's the thing. C-Mac wasn't there. He called in.
Yeah,
But so Susie, I want to say you missed out because there was 8 to 10 of us. And you know what? One of the things that was crazy, Alton, is I didn't know who Greg was, but Greg knew who I was.
Greg Mervich.
From Ballistic.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, you have. He's like, I think I like your channel, but I don't like your channel name. And I'm like, what? You don't know who I am? He's
Right.
like, no, I do. He started telling me about. I was like, oh, okay, and I don't know who you are. Like, who are you? And he had like 300,000 subscribers at the time.
Yeah, because that's like the only one that didn't make it that I really wanted to make, but he couldn't make it that week
Was T-Roy.
T-Roy.
Listen, my whole thing is this. His name is Troy. His mama called him Troy. And I've been saying this for 5 years now. His name is Troy. His mama called him Troy. I'ma call him Troy. Right? His YouTube channel is T-Roy. No, it's not T-Roy. It's Troy, damn it.
That's
So-
what everybody knows him by, though.
Yeah.
T-Roy, so you got to go with it.
No, sir. I'ma call him Troy.
But you know what? Speaking on where Greg said that to you about your channel,
Yeah.
the thing is that, you know, with him and even Justin,
Oh yeah.
these guys, when they you know, they've been successful at what they do, right,
Yeah.
for a while.
Agreed.
And so when they come and tell you stuff, they're not being mean.
Oh
or
no,
malicious.
it's not
They're
malicious.
just trying to give you some honest.
Oh,
So I remember I was talking to Justin, and Justin and I went back and forth,
Oh, yeah.
and Justin told me one day, he's like, "All right, man, I got some advice for you, but I know you're not gonna like it." And I said, "Well, dude, hey, give it to me. I don't care. Just give it
Yeah.
to me. What do you
Yep.
think?"
I'm a listen.
And he said, "Well, you probably want to think about changing your channel name because it's just not working." You know, and I was like, "Wait, what?" I said, "But dude, this is what I've got my LLC on and everything,
Yeah.
you know."
Oh yeah.
And he was like, "Oh, dude, you know, you can listen to me or you cannot. It's whatever. But I'm just saying, it's just not going to work for you. You know, it's just not, you know." And I was just kind of like,
Whatever, man.
"Damn, just
Because-
don't like my name."
Greg said the same exact thing to me.
Yeah,
And he was like, you have a really long channel name, but it doesn't quite go with what you're doing. And I listened to an extent. And that's why I changed
they
my
make sense.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
And I agree with him to an extent. And I'm like, if I'm trying to make it easier for people to know who I am, then I'll change. But I kind of did like he told me to, hey, go to 12. I went to 6 with my channel name. And Justin agreed with Greg.
Yeah,
And when I talked to Justin, I had a conversation with Justin. It was probably 2 hours long. And I made the change. Now, this is again after I met him and Greg during COVID. And I'm like, like I'm doing this, but because of COVID, I can't do that anymore. So let me kind of switch up what it is. So that's why my channel name now is like SDS or Catering and Barbecue, whatever it is. I can't
right.
remember.
See, you can't even remember your own channel name, bro.
And that's exactly it because I'm not invested in it anymore.
Yeah.
In the beginning, it was like, oh man, that's what it is.
It's like in
But-
the beginning.
Yep, that's exactly it.
You know what you need to do, Dash?
What was
You
that?
need to come down in October and go to Vid Summit with us, man.
So there's, I want to say I would love to
What's in October?
Vid
Vid
Summit.
Summit. That's for
Oh.
content creators. It's in Irving.
Oh, Irving.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's right.
it's
That's
at the
right. Like I could throw a rock.
it's at the Convention Center,
Oh yeah. Okay.
So-
Las Colinas.
Oh, you should
all
do
right,
that.
so
You should do
Alton,
that, Dash. I'll just meet
Barbecue
y'all for dinner.
Catering and Info by SDS BBQ.
Yeah,
And I said, all right, I changed it once and I don't want to change it again because before it was just Still Drum Smokers.
hey, my shirt says Steel John Smokers, so I'm gonna call them Steel John Smokers.
Why can't
His
you
mama
put
called.
Dash in there someplace, Dash, in case they're like Googling trying to find you? You know, like we all know you as, I mean, that could you be Dash and then still
Yeah,
Drum
yeah, yeah. I
Smokers?
I don't know, Susie. I've contemplated changing it yet again, where I've left it alone for such a long time that
You
I
just
need
got to
to.
leave it alone until you fall into a name that you know you're going to be vested in.
Yeah, and
I
the
think you should be
name
Dash Barbecue.
the name that I'm vested in is still Drum Smokers Barbecue.
Go
Yeah,
with
I
it.
When
like
you
that
Why
type
too.
that
change it?
in on Google, it
Yeah,
actually brings
then
that
don't
up.
change it.
Hold on, what'd you say, Keon?
When you actually type that in on Google, it actually brings that up.
Oh, I'm aware. I'm
Stay
Yeah,
aware.
but
with
how
it,
do
bro.
you remember that though? That's the thing. Like people, like they see your content, but they need to remember your name so they can go back and find you again. Unless they
Well,
automatically subscribe and you come across the algorithm
but
in your
the
feed.
the thing was, Susie, when I changed it, it was because I was doing more catering and talking about catering. And that was the thing, like, and when I talked to Justin, who has 100,000 subscribers, when I talked to Greg Mervich at the time, who had 300,000 subscribers, they both said to me, "We love what you're doing, but in order for more people to see what you're doing, you
Right.
kind of need to change your name to what you're doing." And at the time, I was doing more catering than anything. So that's why my channel is Barbecue Catering Information by SDS BBQ. So at this point, I'm probably going to change it back to just still Drum Smokers Barbecue.
Dude.
Well,
And
then do
so
it because just like Alton, like he's got a badass name. Like, why would they try to get him
Oh,
to
yeah.
change Godfather?
I'll
You
tell
know,
you
like,
why. I'll tell you why. You
Because it doesn't
just
match
gave a
up.
perfect example.
It doesn't match up.
No, 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 no.
Oh.
No, no, no.
oh, where'd he go?
You,
There he
Susie,
is.
just gave a perfect example as to why they told me to change it. What's the name of my channel?
Godfather, but not God. It's Dogfather
There
Barbecue.
you go. So the
D.O.
problem is a
D-O,
lot of people
Hard to
say
find.
Godfather, or they say Dogfather, spelling it Dogg.
Oh, they're not doing the dog.
They're not doing the DAWG. And I understood it. I understood it perfectly. But at that point, I was so vested in what I was doing. I said, well, you
Yeah.
know what? Let me stick with this and
Yeah.
see if it causes me problems. And you remember, Dash, that was
Oh,
like right there at the beginning of when we
hmm
started. I think I had the channel for like a year.
2 years, yeah, maybe.
And I said, okay, because in fact, all y'all were here at the house. And I said, you know what? I
hmm
think I'm going to step away from YouTube for a minute because I'm making content. You and I had these conversations, and you said, dude, just keep making stuff. And
Yep.
I said, dude, I'm making stuff. Nobody's seeing it. There's got
Oh,
to be a reason why. Let me
yeah,
figure it out. And I
yeah.
stepped away and I dug into analytics and I came back and bam, everything took off from there, you know?
Yeah.
And so I was like, okay, I'm going to keep it where it is. And if it causes me problems down the road, then maybe I'll think about it. But it was like, dude, I already got the LLC, my merchandise, all
Yeah.
of this
hmm
is this.
Yeah,
So I'm just gonna stay with it and see what happens. And so that's
yep.
what I did.
Yeah.
So
And
I
you're
mean,
glad you did. I think it's badass.
well, thank you. I
It's
appreciate
really
that.
good. Yeah. And it's working. So same with you, Dash. You know, but you got to go with what, what is
Man,
it?
What
What you're
works?
told.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Because what works for the next person might not work for this person.
Right.
You know,
Right.
definitely.
that's just like there's some channels out there that can literally put a camera,
And put up
film
anything and it'll
grass
work.
growing and
Right,
get 1 million views.
yeah, I
right.
thought about it.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
it's just the way it is.
It's
It's just the way it
crazy.
is.
Yeah.
So
I don't know how to get content, so
When you make
You can. But right
dude,
now,
it's the
all you got to
same.
work on is fire management right
It's the
now.
same like we said with barbecue, man. You just got to do
One
it. You
step
got
at
to
a time.
stop with that. Stop. I can't, and just do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Do it.
Just do it.
You know what would be really cool, Nelson? Since you're just starting out, start filming you just starting out.
Yep.
Like just
Be that
go
guide
for
for
it.
the next person.
Yes, for the next one, they can see what you did when you were starting out and weren't sure and still finding your way. And that in itself is something to watch because somebody else that doesn't know and doesn't have a live like this to go through, they'll see you and they'll be like, oh, all right, this is how he did it. This is how he overcame this, or this is how he got it together. That could be
Yep.
your platform right there.
And start
You
with
know?
short content.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do small stuff like seasoning ribs. Trust me, it works.
Yeah. I
Put
think you should
a
do that.
put a slab of ribs on the cutting board and just show yourself seasoning it, and put it out there in short land. See what happens.
you gotta have a
Doesn't hurt anything.
tripod, tripod and
You
stuff.
ain't gotta have all that stuff, man.
Use your
Not
phone.
really.
You just say, yeah,
Just
just
the
get your
phone.
phone and prop it up on books if you got to. I know you got
Yeah.
books, right? Prop it up on something. You don't have to go buy a bunch of equipment.
I've got mine
You say,
propped
you
up
know,
right now on
you
some
sound like me.
capture.
When I first started, my wife and one of my best friends kept telling me, man, you need to do YouTube. I don't want to do YouTube. I don't want to do YouTube. Then I'm like, oh, I'm gonna need this and I'm gonna need that and blah blah blah, yada yada yada. And I don't, dude, cell phone. That's all you
Yeah,
need.
that's it. And just go for it. Just go for it,
And
especially at the point you're at. Because we've got enough people that already have all of that knowledge, right? But how many people are just starting?
Yep.
Not enough that had the courage to get out there and film it, but you could get that space right there. And then you grow and you go up and it's good because there's so many people that watch YouTube. They don't know how to start. They don't know where to start. They don't know who to follow. Be that one. Be that one. It doesn't cost you nothing but your time. And you get experience along the way.
So here's the thing: when you say that, Susie, I will tell you from experience that it's going to cost you time, and that time can be like the time that it costs you can be a detriment because I have I'm trying to start a second channel, and that second channel is not barbecue related. It's firearms related.
Mm-hmm.
Pew,
And
pew.
I've it is definitely pew pew, and I have been at it for almost a year, and I have not been able to monetize that channel yet. And the problem is I just can't get enough people to watch it, to view it. Now I have 1,000+ subscribers, but YouTube has changed in the time when I started versus now, where I have to hit a certain threshold of a certain number of hours watched on my channel. Do I have that number? Yes, but I have to get that number from people who are not subscribed, which boggles my mind. Why do
Yeah.
you have a threshold for subscribers and yet you want the other piece to be people who are not subscribed? That just doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
Because they're looking at whether or not they can serve your content up across the entire platform and gather interest.
Listen, I mean, I get it, but at the time, currently, I'm like, I have 1,000+ subscribers, which is what I need to be monetized, but I have 2,300 hours watch time out of 4,000.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
But
getting there.
it's not going to discourage you. You're not going to stop doing it, and that's
I
why you should start doing it.
I am
let him get to that point
discouraged
where he is
and
frustrated.
but that's the thing, Susie. I'm discouraged and encouraged at the same time.
Yeah.
Because it's like, damn it, this video should have people watching it.
Yes.
But I'm like, I gotta keep pushing. I gotta keep doing
Hey,
this.
but you know what, Dash?
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you what somebody told me. Well, I've had quite a few people tell me this. And got reinforced when I went to Vid Summit last year. And what that is, and I know it sounds.
I know, right?
You're not making interesting enough content.
Yep, and Alton, I knew you were about to, because we've had this discussion, we've had this conversation before.
Yeah.
And the thing is this, and just like you said, if it were interesting, people would
watch it.
And
absolutely. And and for me, what I can say is when I did that whole floundering around for a year, making content and nobody was watching it. True, I was not putting it on YouTube the correct way. But at the same time, I wasn't making content to where I could sit there and watch it. So if I can't sit there and watch my own video, how am I going to expect you to sit there and watch my own video?
I agree.
Right. I had to evolve in how I made the content. So we nailed it. Dude, channel blew up. We got over 100,000 in a year. Everything was going great. And then life started lifing and had to go through some stuff or whatever. And during that time, everything I knew about YouTube changed.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And so now it's like, okay, I'm trying to figure it out now. I still haven't figured it out. I haven't found that magic formula to stay consistent.
There
You
is
know,
no
with it.
magic formula.
There isn't.
Aside from you,
How you market it and how you put it on the platform is what I'm saying. To
I'm,
give
I'm,
yourself the best chance.
yeah, I wouldn't even say how, but I did better when I was throwing spaghetti at the wall every Tuesday and every Thursday and doing a live stream every Wednesday. That was how I was doing the most because I was so consistent. YouTube had nothing better to do than to serve me up to random people because I was so consistent. But now where I'm like, all right, I'm going to put up a video every Thursday. It's like, we'll serve it to 5 out of 10 or
Yeah.
7 out of 10.
Put up some
You
videos
know?
on Sundays because there's nothing going on Sundays. When I'm looking for
It doesn't
something
work
on
like
Sundays,
that
there's
though.
Nah, Susie.
Really?
It doesn't work
I
like
can
that.
I can show you metrics to say
that
people
sucks.
who are watching my channel are watching my channel but on this day at this specific
Yeah.
time.
Okay.
And YouTube
So the big thing about it is when you first put it on YouTube and it first goes live,
nobody
what
sees it.
happens in the first amount of time
Yeah.
will determine whether or not this video is going to get served up outside of your mass
Or
or
not.
it's not.
Oh.
And so you really do have to pay attention to your analytics and look at, okay, what are the best times for me to release?
When
What are the
people
best times
watching?
for me to do a live stream? All
Yeah.
of these things,
Right.
it actually will break it down and let you know when's the best time to
Okay.
release this content for, for the best chance at success.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
So
And now it's kind of faulty because you can, I don't know if you've even noticed this, Dash, if you're doing shorts or not, but now you can put out shorts and
yeah.
you'll see a big number of views on your shorts because
yeah.
they changed
Yeah.
the way that they're doing what they call the view count.
Uh-huh.
It doesn't mean it's actual views.
Yeah, well, so Alton, I'll tell you this,
Wow.
and the shorts is one of the things that
It's
helped
a
me grow
double-edged sword.
my gun channel
Yeah.
because I used to put up shorts. There was a point where for 3 to 4 months I had a different short every single day.
That's your niche then.
But I didn't want that to be my niche, and I
But
kind
see,
of like
this is where you get in your way though, Dash.
true. But the
We've
thing
had
is
this
this.
discussion so many times.
I know we have. And it's like 6? No, half a dozen. Half a dozen? No, 6. Yeah. Shorts? No, long format. For long format? No shorts. And Alton, I know, and this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, like I feel like I'm talking to my dad right now because this is like how I talk to my kids, my son. And Alton is like my father figure. He's like my uncle, okay? And he's like,
Who's your cousin?
Not
Really?
that old drunk uncle at the barbecue though, right?
listen. I will be the funkle at the barbecue. I will always be the funkle, the drunk uncle that's got a jar in his pocket that hands it to you and you don't know what it is, but you gonna drink it because he gave it to you and you can trust him. Okay.
Right.
But the whole point I'm trying to make is when Alton and I have had sit down conversations or we'll talk when I'm at his house, because there's been a couple times when I've been at your house and we've had hour-long discussions about the YouTube and the climate on YouTube, but I just don't 100% want to conform to what YouTube wants me to do.
Yeah.
Because I still want to have my own personality. I want to have my own identity.
Yeah.
But that's not what's going to be conducive to what's going to make my channels pop on YouTube. And
But don't the shorts bring you people though? Because they see the shorts and then they see and then it doesn't do anything.
Not always.
Just like I was saying, not always. So I can tell you, I put out, and again, on my gun channel today, I put out a short, okay? And that short now has 25. Let me just see what it has. Hold on. Refresh this. It has over 3,000 views. And that 3,000 views on my shorts channel. Now, mind you, Susie, you say, wow.
Wow.
But no, hold on. I'm gonna put this into perspective.
That's really saying nobody's watching it.
Yep. Oh. The short video is 17 seconds long.
Uh,
Okay.
Yeah.
So 17 seconds times 3,000 is all of 20 hours.
yeah.
That's not helping me.
And you have to have a
But
shitload of hours on shorts,
man,
right?
yes. But the whole thing is what it
Shorts is
is
just
helping
weird.
me. What it is helping me, I have 10 new subscribers
Right.
today because
Because
of
of
the
these
shorts.
shorts. Yeah.
That's
But
what I
the
was wondering. They
problem,
find out
but
about you from the shorts, so they
yes,
can
but the
click on.
thing
Yeah.
is this, Susie. So all right, so let's 100
So now
let's
their views don't count because they're now subscribers.
yes, that's exactly
Yeah.
it. And this is what a lot of people don't understand. So, Susie, let me break it down, right? And let me
Oh
try
my
to make you
God.
understand. Yes. So you're like, oh,
Hey,
you
this
need
is
to
why I
like and
say come to
subscribe.
Vid Summit.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, Dash.
so
You need to go
so
there.
so
Yeah.
the whole thing is no, I
What the
get it.
hell?
But the whole thing is this, Susie, and I understand that because YouTube tells you that the hours watched are from non-subscribers.
Mhm.
And the non-subscribers are what's going to push you to become monetized. But the whole thing is YouTube says we want you to push people to subscribe to your channel, which negates the hours that they're watching. So when I say, hey
Yeah, I see
Nelson,
now.
hey
Yeah.
Keon, hey
Yeah.
Susie, hey Alton, I want you
Yeah.
to go to my new channel, but I
Yeah.
don't want you to subscribe. And if I
Right.
say that and YouTube catches wind of that, then
Right.
they're gonna knock me because they're
Right.
like,
Right.
so
Man.
now my thing is I have to have people who are subscribed unsubscribe to watch my
Unsubscribe
channel
and watch. Yeah.
to
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
when
crazy.
That's
yo
messed up.
That's where a lot of people, like I say, a lot of people don't really understand
understand.
how YouTube
But
works.
that's
The
all
game.
different, right?
It's
Is
the
it? This is
game.
all new.
This is new. This is new within the last year and a half, 2 years, for sure.
And again, I know I've said it a couple times. I'm gonna say it again, Dash.
Yo,
This is why you need to come to Vid Summit, bro.
I
Telling you.
I I
I'm
get it.
telling you, man.
I get it.
But
Well,
like
I got it
I've
right
told
here.
you before,
Give me
is
some good
you
ideas.
got to get out of your own way though.
I do.
You know,
And I
because
have
here's the thing, Dash. I remember being in that same, boat. And I remember when videos would come out, everybody and their brother is making the Juicy Lucy hamburger,
yeah.
right? I ain't gonna make that because everybody and their brother is making that, and I'm gonna go make a smash burger because y'all are making
Yeah.
that. I'm gonna make this,
Yeah.
and nobody saw my video, right?
Because it wasn't what
Because it wasn't
everybody
what
else
was
was doing.
popping.
Yep.
And so
Right.
what I had to understand was, okay, number one is I gotta stop fighting,
The trend.
what the trends are, and then two, I gotta start doing what YouTube, because let's face it, we don't own the channel.
Nah.
YouTube owns the channel, and the viewers are going to tell you what they want to see from you.
Yeah.
I'm a split burn. I love burning wood, but because I was making pellet grill videos in the beginning,
With brisket.
and that brisket video popped on that Yoder, and
Mhm.
everybody and their brother watched it. Now YouTube says, okay, you're a pellet grill barbecue,
Oh yeah.
backyard barbecue guy. And so when I stopped fighting it and said, okay, you know what, this is what this is telling me that I need to do. I just need to do it. Okay, cool. I started doing that. And I said, okay, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what the platform is telling me they want me to do so that I can get to 100,000 subscribers. Once I get to 100,000 subscribers, I'm going to start doing what I want to do. Right. And that's what I did.
Mm-hmm.
So when you stop fighting what it is that is telling you that is going to be successful for your channel, that's when things start happening. But the more you fight it, the more you get lost in the sauce.
Play
Oh,
the game
agreed.
until you don't have to play the game, until you can play it your way.
Ah, man.
And that's why you have
I
these
wish.
now that can do whatever the hell they want to do because they've already gotten far enough into it that they've got the following. People are going to watch it. You
Yeah.
got
So
the following,
why they
Dash.
change it like that? I mean, briefly, like, is it more money for them? Is this a money thing for
Everything is about
No,
money.
exactly.
So, but why
And
are
that's the
so
thing.
they don't want you to get the money because they get the money, and that's why
No,
they're
you're still going to get
No.
paid. You're still going to get
You get
paid.
money, but the whole thing is YouTube makes money off of recommendations, and the more someone is recommended and people actually watch, the more YouTube makes. Because
Right.
Alton, you can say, okay, I'm making money off of YouTube, but I might make a 60-40 split, right? So YouTube is pushing those people or those channels that are getting more people to stay engaged.
Exactly. The longer they
Because
keep you
they
on the
are
platform,
the more YouTube is making 40% off of your videos.
But I
So
don't,
and
I
it's
get that, but I don't understand why if I'm subscribed to you and I'm watching your videos, that's not
because you're not
counting.
increasing the
because
number.
subscribers doesn't mean watch time.
But I'm
Yeah,
watching if I'm a subscriber. That counts,
Nope.
not
right?
all subscribers
No.
watch.
See, that's what I
No.
mean. I don't understand that part of it.
Yeah,
It-
so when
It's
you go look at the actual analytics of the video content you got on your channel, you
yeah,
can actually see what the percentage of watch time is from subscribers
subscribers to
and
Yeah,
non-subscribers.
non-subscribers.
right.
And it's not even so you would think that okay, if you got 1 million subscribers, you should have 1 million views
Nope.
because everybody's supposed to watch your
You
content,
make
right?
more
Yeah,
money
yeah.
off of the non-subscribers than you do the
Absolutely.
subscribers.
So do you know what
That's the
click-through rate
reasoning I was
is?
looking for of why that is.
Do
So
you know what click-through rate is,
yeah,
Susie? Okay. So when you look at that, think about that for a second. A successful click-through rate is what, 4%, right?
okay,
Now think about that. And you know what impressions are.
right,
So think about that for a second. 4% click-through rate is looked at as to be successful.
okay,
If you had 100,000 impressions and the click-through rate is only 4%,
right.
you had
That's
100,000
4,000.
impressions and you only had 4,000 views.
4,000 people. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That's not a lot
That's
when
not
you
It's
really
enough.
not.
think about it.
No, not in that way. No.
All right. So
But
here,
that's what the game is there.
yes. So here's to Alton's point, right? So I'm looking at my watch time from subscribers. Watch time in the last 28 days on my barbecue channel, not subscribed folks. I have 76.2 folks who are 76.2% of folks who are watching my channel are not subscribed.
Yep.
Those who are subscribed is 23.8%. And it's one of those things where most people don't understand that the higher the number in not subscribed folks is better
Yeah.
than the number of subscribed folks, because everyone always says, "Oh, there's 76% of you who are not subscribed." That's fine. Okay?
Right.
You really want that number to be between 20 and 30% subscribers who are watching your channel, because the more people see, and I've said this for a long time, the more people who see your channel, the more people who will see. And it's one of those things where it's like, wait, what? The more people who are
Right.
watching, the more people will see your channel. YouTube
Yep.
will then promote it to other people.
It
Wow. See,
serves
I
it
didn't
up.
even,
It
that's
gives
like
more
upside
impressions.
down. From what I
So
understood it to be, what you're telling me now, it's kind of like it's upside down the other way.
yeah,
Like,
Definitely.
you know?
because last
And
year what they
Yeah.
said was it was an 80-20 split.
Yeah.
bruh, I've been
I
saying
know.
between
I know.
20 and 30% subscribers and 80 and 70% in non-subscribers is what you actually
Right.
want. But that's not
Wow.
what YouTube promotes. YouTube is like, you want 100% of people to subscribe to your channel, but that's not what's going to grow your channel. If
No.
you have only
And that was
subscribers,
my dilemma when I went away from this, because
yeah,
if you got the same people
people
watching your
watching,
video every
you're not
time,
going
Yeah.
to
you're
grow.
not growing.
Okay.
You
Okay.
got to get outside that circle. So how do you get it to where I can get more impressions?
Right. Okay.
Right. And so, and it's all synergy, because again, when you first release
Yeah.
the content, how well is it doing in the this is why you have all these tools now, because
Man,
honestly it goes back to the very basic, and that is you got to win the click with your thumbnail, right?
yep,
Yeah.
And so
yep.
that's why they have these tools now where you can upload, multiple
Test multiple
thumbnails
thumbnails. Oh yeah.
and see which one works better, so that you can change that thumbnail on a on a dime, just so you can start to win that click through.
Well, you don't even have to change
Uh,
it because you can say, "Hey, YouTube, I'm gonna give you 3 different thumbnails, and
Right, right.
whichever one does best, then that's the one that I'm going to
But
keep."
look at how
And
long it takes for that
it does take
test to run.
3 to 5 days to run.
Exactly. That's too long because again, you've got
You're
to
losing
get
out.
that stuff at the very beginning.
Hmm.
So when you're looking at that and you see, okay, well, this one thumbnail, so thumbnail A is getting 40%, where thumbnail B is getting 10%, and then thumbnail C is getting 50%. Well, shit, put C as your primary then.
Yeah.
right.
Because that's what you're going to get more people to click on. And the more that you get these people to, like Dash said, see
Click.
your video,
Yep.
now YouTube
More
algorithm
people
is going to
gonna
look
see.
at it and say, hey, this is interesting to these people. So maybe it might be more interesting to these people. And it'll serve it up to the next block of people. And if they like it, then it'll serve it to the next block of people. If they don't like it, your video dies.
Oh man.
Man.
And I've seen that before where I can have a video that can come out. I can release a video, man. I had one that I released and it shot up to like damn near 20,000 views like that and then died.
Wow.
Because and the whole thing is because
Wow.
your subscribers watched it
Yep.
and then no one
It
else.
wasn't getting outside of it.
Oh,
But
okay.
here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing. That's not always not entirely accurate either because the majority of the views came from an external source to YouTube. Came from Google.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that's another
wow.
thing, Susie. You'd be surprised that the majority of like Alton, I'm sure your best videos are ones that answer a question to something barbecue related that you didn't think was a question. If you know what I'm saying. Like
They were.
how to do X, Y, and Z
Uh-huh.
on this specific thing, and people are searching for that
And
because
then it pops up on YouTube
not even that,
from the
but the whole
Google.
thing is the number 2 search engine on the World Wide Web is YouTube. People
And
are learning how
I'll
to
go
I
you
do
one
the
even
same.
further because it's changed a lot, right?
Yeah.
So because it used to be, how to whatever. That's
Yeah.
not compelling anymore, right? So now it's more of the, oh my God, I did this and look what happened, right?
This is how you do this.
But no, it's not even that. That's the old metric. That's not what it is anymore. So now it's literally you're trying. Okay, when I first started, this is how funny this is. When I first started, I was making up my own titles of how I was doing stuff, and everybody was like, "Nah, dude, you can't do that. That's not how the algorithm works.
Yeah.
You've got to put it up in these other terms, such as how to make brisket, how to make smoked brisket on a pellet cooker, how to make brisket on an offset cooker. You have to do it in those types
Dumb
of
it down. Oh yeah.
right. Okay, and that worked for them. Well, now it's changed. So now it's more of a compelling titles where people are making up their own titles, which I was doing in the very beginning, but they're doing it in such a way that it's almost, dare I say,
Clickbaity.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
to get people in to look at it, right? That's the way it kind of is. Well, now what's really funny is, and Dash, you'll remember this, they used to say when you make a video, you want that video to be between 6 and 8 minutes long, and you want
Oh
people
my
to watch
gosh.
the entire video, and
Yep.
this and the other, blah, blah, blah. It's not that way anymore.
Nah. 11 minutes
Because
minimum.
YouTube is now in homes being watched on TV more than Netflix.
Oh
And
wow.
and they even tell you now
I
when
do.
you go to Vid Summit, they even tell you you don't have a YouTube channel anymore. You have a TV show,
Yeah.
and you need to build your content as such
Like a
Yeah.
TV show that people can
because
watch on
because
TV.
people
I can
are
see
watching
that.
on TV and they don't want to have to sit there clicking every few minutes to change a video.
Yes. Yeah.
So they want a 20, 30
want,
minute long
I was
video
about to say you
that
want
was
an
compelling to watch.
11-minute video or more.
And see, Nelson, that's where you could pop in there. How not to start a fire, how not to do this or that, because you're still learning too. So you don't know if it's going to work out or not whenever you're doing your video. Somebody, how not to do this, that, and the other. Just kind of throwing those in as you're learning all this stuff. Because I didn't know any of the stuff y'all were saying.
Oh,
But
there's
I do watch
tons of stuff.
YouTube more. I've got everything else you can imagine to
Exactly.
watch. But I watch
Exactly.
YouTube more than I watch
More than
anything.
anything. Yep.
Yeah.
Here's one for you.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Dash. Here you go. We're talking shorts and we're talking long form content, right? And you know that you can make a short that
From
can be
long,
connected to your long form
exactly.
content, right?
Yep.
So here's the thing. Do you use shorts to drive content to your channel for long form or the other way around?
I try to.
Good
I
question.
try to do a mix of both because so I'm editing a video right now on for my firearm channel.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and the video I'm editing for my firearm channel, and here's the thing, I'm putting together an AR9, right? So I'm
Mhm.
building an AR, and there's this step and this step and
Right,
this step
right,
and
right.
this step. Now the entirety of the video I film is an hour long of me fumbling through the process of building one without very many resources for my first time. But every time I have a milestone, oh, I got my safety selector in, I got my front pin in, I got the rear pin in, I got this thing working, I got that thing working. So that's like 7, 8, 10 seconds. Boom, I
Right.
pull that clip out. 7, 8 little I pulled that clip out. Now, mind you, when I finished it, I filmed a few different, oh, here's me panning left, here's me panning right, here's me panning up, here's me panning down, right? I put that short out yesterday. I have 115 views on it.
Mhm.
And it said sneak peek of the AR9 build, the EPC AR Aero Precision EPC AR9 build. Sneak peek. I have 100, and let me tell you the exact number.
Well, I mean, that goes back to the core of what we said before, though.
Oh yeah,
It's not compelling enough for people to want to
no,
watch it, right? But
and
here's what I was
yes,
getting at with the question, though. You have a short that you
hmm
can drive to your long form.
oh true.
Which one comes out first?
The short came out first, but it's only got 115 views.
Okay, time
Where
out. Stop.
hmm
You put the short out first. When does the long form come out?
Friday,
Okay. How does that make sense?
because
Think about this.
no, I
Think
understand.
no,
I
because
know,
if
I
you
get
have
it.
if you have short content
Go.
that points to your long form content,
No.
because most people do that the same way. They put the short content out first,
Like a sneak peek,
and then they
preview.
come back to put in. How does that work? Because you have, whether you do short form or long form content, you only got that amount of time when it first gets released
hmm
for people to get the most watch time on it, when people are really going to be looking at it, right? Well, if you got it pointing to your long form content that has not been released yet,
Agreed.
how are they watching it?
I definitely agree.
That's the whole the conversation we were just having the other day. I'm like, it doesn't make sense to make short form content point to long form content that is not released yet.
Mm.
Yeah.
So why not put the long form content out first?
hmm
Because you're going to get people to watch it,
Yeah,
and then come back and put the short form out, because now you get a second wave of people that are going to catch the short
very
that's going to
true. To
drive back
point
to
to
your
the
long form.
I
And I
I
don't understand why people do it backward. I don't get it.
because the whole thing is like while I am filming or while I'm still editing the long form, I can wrap up and do a summation short form that'll preview the long form.
But you're getting in your way because the long form is not released yet.
Done yet. So
So
I'm
if you put out the short form and it says, "Oh, go watch my video here," but it's not released yet, who's going to come back and look for it later?
Right.
true.
Right.
Mm.
That's a
That
good
doesn't
point.
make sense.
Right.
It
They're gonna
doesn't.
forget.
So it's not even forget. There. It's just like when
It's out of
you
sync
have a
is what it
yep.
Yeah.
is.
It's out of sync. Yeah.
So if you have a
Uh,
schedule, let's just say you have a schedule, right? And let's say you have your shorts come out one day, your long form comes out one day. Let's just say Mondays is the day. Put your long form out on Monday. Put your short form
Shorts
out
on
on like Wednesday
Wednesday.
or
Yeah.
Thursday.
Yeah.
So it points back to,
Monday.
and then the next week you start over again with your next piece of content. And maybe, just maybe, because it's short form, maybe you put out a couple or 3 different shorts
Mm-hmm.
that point back to that
All
long
point
form
to that. Yeah.
with different concepts of within each one of those short pieces of content. I just don't understand why people put shorts out first to a piece of long form content or tag it to a piece of long form content that's not
Because
released.
it's easier.
But it's killing you.
Oh, I agree 100%. But the whole thing is the way YouTube and the algorithm and everything is set up. YouTube is pushing shorts, but the shorts aren't what's doing it. But the common wisdom is put out shorts. You'll get people who are watching, and then you can convert them. But that's not what's
But
happening.
don't rush it.
Yeah.
Get the long form done first and then have your shorts back up what you did in your long form. If you're going to tag, if you ain't tagging it and you're just making that short piece of content and that's it, cool, put it out.
True.
But if you're putting it out to tag people to get them to come watch your long form, then why put it out if you don't have the long form release? It doesn't make sense. Because again, when you first release it, it's probably going to be when you're getting the most eyes on it, when you're going to get the most impressions. Make it count. Make it count.
Well,
so have that long form out.
So this is what I'm going to do. The video that I did to promote my AR9 build, I just unlisted it, so no one can see it right now.
But you lose the views.
No, that's if it's unlisted. You don't lose the views.
Oh, you're right. If it's private, you're right. You're right.
So what I'll do is I'll unlist it for right now, and then after Friday, so probably Saturday or Sunday, I will put it back as public and point it to my long form.
Mm-hmm.
From Friday and see if that helps.
It's not going to help now because it's already been released.
No, so when you pull it back and you make it public again, it gets viewed. So what I could do is I can make it private and then make it public again, and it'll get new views like if it was published for the first time.
I can tell you based on what the guys that wrote the analytics told us.
They say no.
And they said no. And that was in Vid Summit last year. And they said, once you have something released on YouTube, it's released. The history is there. The algorithm has already seen what that video has done.
Okay.
It's not going to change. Because if nobody is itching, and if you said, when did you release this?
Today is Wednesday. So on Monday, I think it was.
So it's already been out 2 days. And you only got 115, so that's already telling the algorithm nobody wants to see this. So it's not really gonna recommend it to a mass amount of people anymore.
So then what I would do is just
build a new short.
Yep.
You just build a new short. And here's the other thing that I learned. And this is kind of funny too, because I didn't even think about it in this way. When you put and I think you're good at this, if I remember correctly, Dash. When you build your long form content, how long do you have it on YouTube before you make it public?
Oh, a day or two.
That I did not learn until recently. That
that makes
you put your content on. That's what the algorithm can go and look at this content that you just uploaded
and pull it apart.
Best serve it to where it needs to go, instead of upload it and then release it.
So the video that I have going live on say tomorrow, but later today at 7 a.m. Eastern, I've had live on YouTube or unlisted on YouTube since yesterday, since Tuesday, not Tuesday, since Monday actually. And the whole thing is because I was finding that the algorithm, if I were to so let's say usually on Tuesdays is when I would edit the video, try to, and then have it done by Wednesday. Then I would show everyone on Wednesday during the live stream, and then it would go live for everyone to see on Thursday. So I would try to have it done and uploaded by Tuesday afternoon, right? So then it would sit Tuesday afternoon, all day Wednesday, and then go live Thursday morning. It would do okay, right? But there are times when, hey, I didn't finish the video on Tuesday. I'd be working on it on Wednesday, finish the video, and then try to upload it on Wednesday, and then the upload would fail, or there would be a problem, or something would happen, and then I still had a day or so to get it on for Thursday, and those videos didn't do as well as the videos that I let sit and kind of percolate on YouTube for a day or so before I put them and made them live. So I definitely
Right.
understand and do that, just that. So
So does YouTube walk you through any part of that process when you're trying
hell
to?
no, hell no. They don't walk you through
You
it,
got to go to YouTube University, man.
man. Yep. And YouTube University
that's-
is you watching someone who says,
Right.
"This is what we think is going to happen. This is what we
Unless
think." Yeah.
unless you go to Vid Summit and actually talk to the people that write the algorithm. Because it's all so Vid Summit, if you don't know about it, Vid Summit is not made for people that are not content creators.
Mm-mm.
This isn't a place where you go just because you want to see your favorite YouTube
No.
person.
It-
That's
so
not
that-
what it is.
That used to be VidCon.
Yeah, this Vid Summit is not that, because honestly speaking, this is for people that are serious about doing their YouTube content and making a living at it or what have you. Just to let you know, that's $1,000 per ticket just to go to Vid Summit.
Ouch.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
it's not
cheap. No.
This ain't for just anybody to go to. So you got to be serious. So that's what
So-
this is. And here's
and-
another thing that's we're talking about earlier
Damn.
of how to get your content outside of your select circle. Basically, there is a setting when you on the first page when you go upload your content. And I'm not uploading a video right now, so I can't tell you exactly what it says, but read through it next time. There's actually a selection that you can deselect so that it actually serves up your content outside of the people that are subscribed or usually watch your channel.
Mm.
And that's how you can get more exposure to the outside of where your content usually sits in this circle. How do you get out here? And that's one of the things that you can do to help.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll tell you this, Keon. So as Alton is talking about Vid Summit, there was and is, I'm pretty sure, a Vid Summit that comes to Baltimore, and the price of the ticket put me out. I was like, yo, I just can't. Like,
Yeah,
I
you
just
$1,000,
can't.
that's over half of my paycheck.
Listen, I'm like, yo, I just can't. But I am also of the vein of I'm like, all right, well, I can't really afford to go and pay the money to be there for X number of Y days. And like on Sundays, I work. So if I don't work on a Sunday, I'm losing money. So if I'm paying someplace to do something on a Sunday or going someplace on a Sunday where I'm losing money, I'm like, I can't necessarily, justify that. But at the same time, it's like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or at least Saturday and Sunday, and you can buy a pass to go for all 3 days or 2 days or whatever the case may be. And I'm just like, I just can't afford it. So that was why. But definitely there is a Vid Summit that was close. And like I said, it was either in DC last year or in Baltimore. And I was just like, I can't do it. And it's been the last couple years, at least 2 or 3, that it's been close. And I just haven't been able to justify being able to go. But I mean, I got to do something. I'm trying to do a little better, trying to do a little more.
Yeah,
But-
it's like
Bro.
a 15-minute drive for me. I mean, that would be perfect. But $1,000?
Yeah, dude, I can tell you
that
this.
part. That
This
part.
is, I mean, Keon, do you want to do YouTube?
It's something I want to venture into.
So it's not something you want to do.
Don't know yet.
Only thing I can tell you
You
is
kind of
that-
have to have the drive
yeah, man.
before you
You can't go into that halfway because that's
No,
a
no.
financial commitment. This is
not
it's
even a
an
financial
investment.
commitment. It is an investment in money,
Yeah,
in time, in energy, in like mental
learn a lot.
resources.
you learn a lot though. I ain't gonna lie. You learn a lot. You make a lot of connections. You network with a lot of people, and I can tell you that because it was a 2-day summit, right? I learned more from just the networking interactions than I did in any one of the different modules that they did.
Hmm.
Just sitting down with some of your top YouTubers and how in the hell are you 2 million subscribers in a freaking year? How did you do that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, this is what I do, and this is my process, and blah blah blah. And it's stuff that, damn, I never even thought about that. And that's the big thing that I thought when I went there and saw that, because I thought again, okay, $1,000 a ticket to get in Vid Summit is a bit steep, right? But when I stopped and looked at what you get out of it, it's an investment. Are you wanting to do YouTube or be a social media, whatever it is? Are you really wanting to do it, or you just kind of want to dabble in it? If you just want to dabble in it, maybe it's not for you. But if you want to do it, go. I was fortunate because of the fact that I have a channel that's been successful. So yeah, I make money on my channel, so I can take that and reinvest it into the channel, use it as a tax write-off, and go to some of these events, to see and learn and this and that and the other. And okay, let me try this and let me try that. And okay, well, hold up. Talking to the guys that wrote I thought this is the way this works. No, that's not the way it works. This is the way it works. And we hear from people all the time. They say, oh, YouTube hates me. They don't like my content. They won't serve it up to any other people. YouTube, the algorithm don't give a damn about this person versus that person. It doesn't work like that. If you make content and you put it out there and nobody sees it, 9 times out of 10, it's because your content sucks. Right? And that's not the verbiage that they tell you, but that's what that's what it is.
Well,
right?
You need to pick a name first before you start.
No.
The first thing that I would tell you is you just got to start.
Yeah.
And you'll figure it out. No, see, this is the thing about it, right? It's kind of like barbecue. And Dash, I think you'll understand what I'm saying here. You always have people that hit you up that want that piece of information that's all of a sudden going to make them a backyard pitmaster and go from A to Z without any steps in between, right? It's a trial and error, man. You got to just jump out there and do it.
You know how many people hit me up and they say, how do I do this? How do I do what you're doing? And I'm like, you got to do it. You got to figure out what it is that is going to work for you. Like, so, and I'll pick on Marlon because he's not here. Marlon was saying, and I was saying that Marlon and Quentin Marlon texted Quentin and I yesterday, right? Last night. And Marlon said, I have 5 racks of ribs and I'm getting ready to do X, Y, and Z. Well, how do I do blah, blah, blah? And I'm like, I don't know. You have to figure it out depending on how your cook is going. Like, I can't tell you how exactly to cook those ribs that you have. You have to start cooking and see how that cooker is performing and figure out what you need to change in order to make that cook worth your while 100%. Same thing applies with YouTube. I can say, these are 10 things you need to do. But those 10 things might not be in the order that will work for your channel. So, yeah.
Hey, I gotta do this right quick because Grumpus, this was earlier. We're obviously way behind, but
yeah,
Grumpus, when we were having the conversation about shorts and long form content, and whether you said, well, I'll just make it unlisted and then relist it, whatever. And I said, well, no, you can't really do that. So Grumpus says, well, what about changing the title of the short?
Title. I saw that.
And that doesn't work because what happens is every time you upload that piece of content, it's already gotten designated with a link. Yeah. And so once that link is there, you could do whatever you want with that content.
So
it's not going to change.
What I would do is re-upload the content 100%. Like,
to make it a totally separate video.
Yes, to make it a whole nother short.
It'll have a totally different link.
Yep.
And it'll gather all new analytics with it.
Yep. So, but the thing is, what I would do is, I think I posted 4, like, again, it was a pan to the right, a pan to the left, a tilt to the top, a tilt to the bottom. I would change the order so it's not the exact same format and re-upload it.
It could be the same format. You could do the same exact content and give it a different title.
Hi, Susie. Welcome back.
I'm back. Battery issue.
Long as it's a totally different piece of content, meaning when you re-upload it the next time, it's got a totally different link.
Yep.
So YouTube treats it as a totally new video.
Yeah. Well,
Because in
Listen,
everything that you do with that content, it's got to be done in the first couple of hours of it being released, because that's when it's going to get served up to the most people to see what it's trying to find, that that group of people that want to see this content.
Susie's got the North Star. Nelson is asleep.
Oh,
Don't apologize, Nelson, because guess what? I've been asleep too. So look, I was just about to say that I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna end this, because I have to get up in the morning. I have to get up in 5 hours, 6 hours. Yeah,
Yeah, I got a
it's
brisket
it's
cook to do in the morning.
it's 1 o'clock, 1 a.m. I need to be logged on at 6 a.m. So I need to be up in 5 hours.
You work from
So
home though, right?
I do.
No, you miss me with all that, bro.
Man, that's time.
I still have to be up and logged on. Okay, so tomorrow, and the whole thing is this, and I said this
When
before.
you upload it so I can relook at it.
Hey,
Yeah,
Dash, you know why I have no sympathy, right?
it's fine. I
No,
get
I'm
it.
just saying, because G works from home too, right? But here I am having to get up at 2:30 in the morning to get dressed and drive
Go
30,
in. Oh
40
yeah.
minutes to go to
Oh,
work.
look, Alton. Just remember, for I've been working at my
Here
current
it comes.
position for 8 years. Okay, and I am the one who was getting up at between 4 and 4:15 in the morning to get up and get out the door at 5:15 so I could be at my desk at 6.
Right.
I get it. I get it. Trust me.
My man
And
said I put it in my
oh man,
time.
oh yeah. I definitely put in. All right.
I'll be logged in my drawers, but I'm logged in.
Listen, listen. You know my favorite thing to do, Alton, is
hey,
look.
hey, bro. No, we don't need to hear all that.
Log in, then go get a shower. Okay.
Hey, out there those programs that actually keep your mouse moving every so many
Every
seconds.
single day. That's the
Yeah,
second
man.
thing I do after I log on. I set an 8 hour. I won't say an 8 hour timer, but I set it to be live for 8. Be active for 8 hours.
Dude, that's
Okay.
funny. That's funny. I can't.
You
I
want me?
wish I could.
Want me to tell you the name? I'll send you a link to the
It
name
ain't
of the
gonna do me
program.
no good. I'm one of those. I have to be at the office. So
Oh, it can help you because you might just have to stretch out every now and again.
oh no, dude, there's too much going on at our job for that.
Listen, I worked overnight at a place where I could stretch out. It was the best thing I ever
Bro,
did.
I wish.
Nah,
I wish.
honest night shift normally, but nah, we can't do that.
I
And
did. So,
people in the state of Texas are finicky. I mean, people are spoiled, dog. They want electricity and water. I don't know why. I just don't get it.
We need electricity.
well, hey, before you go, I want to say goodnight, Dash, Nelson, Alton,
Keon, yep.
of course, Keon, Angela, if you're still here, love you, Laura,
She's asleep.
all the guys,
Laura's-
everybody.
yeah.
I could go through the whole chat, but I can't see. I'm not looking at the chat, but I want to say I really enjoyed tonight. It was a really, really good live. I learned a whole bunch. So I
Me
always
too.
look forward to
I was in
Wednesdays
Dallas.
for the lives, but this was really good. Y'all have a blessed week.
Thank you. You too,
Alrighty.
Susie.
Hey, and start that
Start it
YouTube
up,
channel.
Nelson. Get it going. Keon, I'm
Yes.
still looking for you. You know what I look like. So when you see me following you down the street, you better turn around and say hi.
Well, I've been looking for you. I
Damn it.
was hoping to run into you this past weekend. I was over at Bobby V's.
Well, see, I'll look for
Oh,
you there.
wait. So both y'all are in Dallas?
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
both
we're in
home.
Arlington.
All right. So y'all got to go check out my boy, Trey Sanchez, Vaqueros Barbecue. Have you been out there yet?
No.
You said Carol's
Vaquero.
for Garrett.
Where is it?
Vaquero. So he just opened up a brick and mortar, and I believe he's in Grapevine because he was at the Hop and Sting Brewery
Oh wow. Okay.
for a long time, and one of his things he's been on Man Fire Food and all kinds of stuff. But Ryan, my boy that owns Backline Smokers, who built my smoker, built the 2,000-gallon pits that are over there. Go to Vaqueros and go see these pits. I'm telling you, you'll love the food, and the
Wow.
pits are just awesome. Go check them out.
I
Is
will
it
do that.
Allen?
I will do that.
Allen, that's up there by Dallas, right?
Yeah.
Because it
It's
sounds
not-
familiar.
Well, he and I are both in Arlington. So Arlington is like 30 minutes from Dallas, 30 minutes from Fort Worth, 20 minutes from Grapevine. We're just kind of, right here in the hub of everything. So it's not a far drive at all.
Yeah, let me pull this up right quick.
And Grapevine is
No,
really
he's still
cool.
in Grapevine.
Grapevine has a lot of really cool stuff out there too.
Yeah,
And,
I saw. Okay, I tried to look it up. It says Vaquero, Texas barbecue in like Garden Park Drive, Allen, Texas.
The one I'm seeing is at 906 Jean Street in Grapevine.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Main Street.
I know he
Can't miss
just
that.
hold on, let me see if this is right because I know they just opened up the brick and mortar not too long ago. And I'm not seeing there is location. There it is. Hold on. Yeah, so this one he is in Allen, Texas. You're absolutely right. And this is at
He's in Allen?
Yeah,
Or
9
Grapevine?
in Allen, Texas, 965 Garden Park Drive.
Oh, okay. I thought we were talking Grapevine. Okay.
So
Allen's
now,
not that
well,
far.
his food truck is now at Grapevine and at the Hoppenstein Brewery.
Okay. All
So,
right.
but the actual restaurant itself is in Allen, Texas.
In Allen. Okay.
Okay.
I think wasn't that on a food show as well?
Yeah, he was on Man Fire Food with Roger Mooking.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And in fact, he was cooking on a cooker that's called the 3-in-1. And that was a live fire cooker with a plancha and everything, a grill and a plancha on it. Ryan from Backline Smokers built that.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Good. I love going in with some knowledge too. That's really good. I'll go check it out. It's Mother's Day weekend. I'll go there. I'll go there for myself.
Go
shout
check
out
him out.
Backline.
And when you
All
talk to Trey, tell him the dog father sent you.
I
Tell
will.
him. Well,
I
he
will,
doesn't
I will.
Yeah.
know by now.
He
Anyway.
said, tell him I told you got to see the pits.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll check
All right.
out definitely.
You guys, thank you, Susie, Nelson.
Mhm.
Thank you for hanging out, Keon and Alton. Always a pleasure.
Likewise,
Alton,
brother.
we'll talk because, like I said, that thing that's happening at the end of the month, I'm trying to figure out how I can afford to get down there. So we will kind of go from there. But
Let's do it.
worst comes to worst, I'll come and I'll bring an overnight bag and I'm gonna stay with you, and
Dude,
because
holla at me.
I know that you're gonna be going to where I might need to go. So I won't say exploit, but I'm just gonna tag along. Either way, y'all be easy. Angela, be easy. Thank you for hanging out. Quentin, be
Okay.
easy. Let's see. Susie, definitely. Thank you, Grumpus. And I think that's it. Everybody else is kind of gone to sleep.
Yeah, man.
All right. Well, y'all be easy. Thanks again, and we'll do this again next week on Wednesday.
All righty, brother.
Yeah.
All right, man.
Y'all take it
Peace.
easy.
When
Good
we
chopping it up with you.
Yeah.
Go see that rotisserie brisket, Dash.
Oh yeah. I will.
All right. Later, guys.
Bye.
Later.